Apeldoorn voor de middagsessie, de finale sessie eigenlijk van dit wereldkampioenschap Paracycling. Good afternoon and welcome in Apeldoorn for the last part of the World Championship Paracycling here on the track in Apeldoorn. We will have a full program with sprints, the team sprint en scratch finals. We gaan een volledig programma rijden met sprintwedstrijden, de team sprint en ook scratchwedstrijden. Zometeen beginnend met de halve finale, de eerste heat van de sprint bij de mannen. We will start with the half final, the first heat of the sprint, the women's tournament. So a full program today and the rest of this day. We will be until I think 4, 6. Dus een volledig programma rijden waarbij we toch ongeveer 4:15 bij u zijn met al die sprints, de teamsprint, de scratchwedstrijden. Over enkele minuten beginnen wij met het programma.
Well, a very warm welcome to the Omnisport Arena here in Apeldoorn in the Netherlands. We're preparing for the start of the final session of competition here on the final day of the UCI Paracycling World Championships. I'm going to be beginning with the women's sprint competition. We're at the semi-final stage. No startlets? No, I've no connection. I've no startlets for this. No, but I need someone to get the start list for these events because I'm working blind. I have no information. I spoke to Tobias and he said you can bring them. So I can only commentate when I see who's on the I have no start list for either of them. No website's not on there. Okay. So the team is coming to the track for this first semi-final. It's the team of Great Britain versus Japan. Sophie Thornhill of Great Britain and the opponents representing Japan, Yuri Kanuma. And of course, this is tandem sprinting at these Paracycling Championships. So each rider piloted, and the British pilot is Helen Scott, and the Japanese pilot is Mai Tanaka. So the riders are on the start line, ready for this first heat. Now, tandem sprinting is contested over 6 laps of the track. Of course, the pace building a little more slowly, perhaps, than in individual sprinting. But believe me, when these tandems get going, the pace is absolutely phenomenal. And we've seen a very hotly contested qualification round during the course of this morning's session. One quarter final going to best of 3 before the New Zealand team qualified for their place in these semi-finals. The other teams represented here, along with Great Britain and Japan, who are on the track now, are Australia and New Zealand. So that will be semi-final number 2, best of 3, to progress further in the competition. British combo performed extremely well at the World Championships last year, posting the fastest time we've seen in the 200-metre qualification, although not actually ratified as a world record. And they came out the winners of the sprint 12 months ago in Aguascalientes in Mexico, and they've already taken a gold medal here this week in the kilometre time trial. Japanese team occupying the lead position at the moment. It'll be 3 laps to go when they come to the finishing straight this time. Thornhill and Scott sitting very close to the back wheel of the Japanese opponent. Rules for tandem sprinting exactly the same as individual sprint that you might be more familiar with, and that the red line becomes all important when the leading riders are inside that red sprinters line. Our opponents are obliged to go around the outside, so it's all about manoeuvring for position in these early stages. Now the pace is starting to lift. It's still Japan who have the head of the race with 1 lap to go. Now the British combo starting as they go down the back straight. Thornhill and Scott take the lead position as we come round into the bell lap. They've distanced the Japanese opponents. Work to do here for Japan now to try and minimise the advantage gained by Great Britain. Of course, getting the first of 3 heats under your belt is always the best way to start a sprint competition. And this is going to be a relatively straightforward victory for the defending champions, representing Great Britain. Sophie Thornhill and Helen Scott overcome the challenge of the Japanese team of Yuri Kanuma and Mai Tanaka. So the Japanese will have work to do in the second heat if they're going to force that to a third and deciding encounter. Applause for both teams. It rings out around this Omnisport arena here in Apeldoorn. Superb venue for this, the 6th running of the Paracycling World Championships. Competition that started back in 2007 at Bordeaux in France. And for the first couple of years ran as a bi-annual competition, but the last couple of years we've had an annual competition. And of course last year Aguascalientes in Mexico was the location for the 2014 championships, and this year's championships here in Apeldoorn. Key of course for qualification into the Olympic Games for 2016 in Rio, which is getting ever closer. So semi-final number 2 is Australia versus New Zealand. Brandy O'Connor and Brianna Hargrave of Australia, Emma Foy and Laura Fairweather of New Zealand. As I mentioned earlier, New Zealand had the harder progress through to the semi-finals. They had to go to a best of 3 in their encounter with the Polish team earlier today before they secured their berth in the semi-finals. So New Zealand will start on the inside here in the familiar all-black colours. The Australians, equally familiar outfit in the white with the green and yellow stripes. Again, this is the first of 3 potential encounters. Well, the wobble there from the Australians as they departed from the start line. Did well to hold that one up as they left the line. Settling down a little now, and they take up the lead position. Brianna Hargrave is the pilot for the Australian team. The sprint competition here at the Paracycling Worlds contested only by the visually impaired competitors. If you're wondering about the classifications for the rest of the competition, I'll explain it as we go through this afternoon's programme. Classifications for paracycling disciplines was simplified a couple of years ago by the governing body, the UCI, to make it a little more straightforward to follow the action. And the Australians, for the first couple of laps, still have the lead position. The New Zealanders, though, looking to go around the outside. Australians are wise to that, defending their position well as they go down the back straight. Australians were the silver medalist sprint in Mexico last year. And the Kiwis, well, they took a silver medal in competition earlier this year. But they have the work cut out here. The Australians have a commanding advantage with 1 lap to go next time round. Team of Australia, Brandy O'Connor and Brianna Hargrave lead into the final lap. New Zealanders draw closer now though. They've got the long way to go around. The Australians are inside the sprinters' line. New Zealand have got the longer path to the finish line. Still advantage Australia. The Kiwis, though, drawing ever closer. They are shoulder to shoulder as they come into the scoreboard for the final time. This is going to be really close on the line. Oh, New Zealand have taken first blood against the silver medalists from 12 months ago. So victory in heat number 2 for the team of New Zealand ahead of Australia. And brisk closing 200 metres there. Particularly impressive, as I mentioned, the New Zealand team having the longer way to go around to get the better of their opponents, but get the better they do and secure the first of a potential 3 encounters.
Dit brings us to the first heat of the half final of the men. We verder met de eerste heat van de halve finale bij de mannen. De eerste halve finale dus.
So just seeing on our monitors here at the commentary position, a replay of the action in that closing 200 metres. And the Australians, well, they drifted outside their line, but it did not put off the New Zealand team. Australians might pick up a warning for that. Once you're inside that sprinters line, glide to stay within it, but didn't affect the pace of the New Zealand team, and they're successfully across the line to secure victory number 1. So from the women's sprint, we will move now to the men's sprint competition.
Groot-Brittannië wint deze halve finale omdat een van de Duitse renners ziek is en daardoor niet kan starten. Het is op dit moment niet duidelijk of zij straks eventueel nog wel zullen kunnen starten. Maar die kans lijkt.
Again, we're at the semi-final stage here.
In ieder geval dat omdat Groot-Brittannië zich niet gemeld heeft.
And it looks like the team of Germany, who were scheduled to take the start against Great Britain, are a no-show. So the Great Britain team have just presented themselves up the line as they're obliged to do. And will take perhaps the easiest victory they will ever record in a sprint competition. Defending champions, of course, the team of Great Britain, Neil Facci and Peter Mitchell. And let me tell you that Neil Facci has got his very own supporters club not too far away from our commentary point here inside the Omnisport Arena. They've been banging their orange bang sticks all morning in support of their man, and smooth progression for the Great Britain tandem into these semi-finals. And with a non-appearance of the German squad, it'll be smooth progress through to the finals as well. So, semi-final number 2, and taking the start in this one. And both teams will come to the track for this. Representing Spain will be Jose Porto, piloted by Jose Villanova, and the team of the Netherlands, the home nation, of course, at these 2015 Paracycling Championships, represented by Tristan Bangma, and the pilot, a well-known figure in the world of track cycling, Teun Mulder, bronze medalist in the Olympic keirin. If you remember that competition back in London 2012, he was actually the joint bronze medalist. He was inseparable from his opponent. One of the very few times we've seen a dead heat in an Olympic competition, but Teun Mulder was the man who took that bronze medal. Former world kilometre champion as well. Now turning his abilities to piloting his teammate here on the Dutch tandem. Spain roll away, taking the lead, as they're obliged to do, having drawn the inside position. So the pace gradually picks up once the riders have got the gear turning. It's all about tactics in the early laps. Team at the front, looking behind to see what's likely to happen. Dutch hugging the wheel of the Spanish tandem, riding high as they go through corner 1. Underneath one of the 2 scoreboards here in the Omnisport Arena, this multi-sport and multi-entertainment complex here in the heart of Apeldoorn. Superb venue for these Paracycling Championships, and the spectators here being treated to grandstand view, not only of the track but also of the big screen action as well. And if you've just joined us here on the UCI TV channel on YouTube this afternoon, you're very welcome to these, the 2015 Paracycling World Championships, live from the Omnisport Arena in Apeldoorn. This is the men's sprint semi-finals, heat number 2, Spain versus the Netherlands. 3 laps to go, so we're halfway through this one. Still Spain at the head of the race. Now Netherlands looking for a way over the top of the Spanish team. The Spanish team, though, keeping the Dutch riders high as they go into the back straight, making them do all the work to try and gain that lead position. 2 to go. Mulder guiding his teammate around the top of their opponents. Tristan Bangma. Stoker on the back here of the Dutch tandem, but it's still advantage Spain as we come into the middle lap. Both teams fully committed and full speed now. Netherlands starting to get around the outside. Hopefully gets a draw level with this Belgium conceded that one. Well, that was a great ride by Spain. They led from the start. They held off the Dutch team, and they had the greater pace in the closing run to the line as well. So first victory in the best of three for the team of Spain, Jose Porto and Jose Villanueva. So that competition for both the men's and the women's sprint titles will continue throughout our coverage this afternoon. Semi-finalists will, of course, winning semi-finalists will progress through to the finals. Again, that will be contested over the best of three. And those teams who actually lost out in the quarter-final stage this morning will contest a 4th and 5th and 7th and 8th placed final as well. So a minor final before we get into the finals action to rank all of those teams at the close of the competition. Replay there, just showing the Dutch team. Shake of the head from Turnmulder. They knew they were beaten halfway down the back straight. Greater pace of the Spanish opponents, so rethinking tactics, no doubt, for the home nation before the riders come to the track for heat number 2. So from the tandem sprint, our competition programme will progress shortly into the team sprint, and this is a mixed competition, not only for the appropriate paracycling categories, but also mixed gender as well. So we have men and women making up the team sprint squads. We saw the qualification rounds where the teams went off one team per qualification round this morning. The finals, of course, will be matching the teams on either side of the track. So the 3rd and 4th fastest qualifiers will ride for the bronze medal, and the 1st and 2nd fastest qualifiers will they'll be contesting the gold and silver.
De eerste finale van deze laatste dag. Wereldkampioenschap aangepast baanrennen in Apeldoorn. Zoals hij de mixed.
So the teams for the bronze medal final, as the starting gates are positioned on the track, starting in the home straight. As the 3rd fastest team in qualification this morning is the team of the United States of America, represented by Jennifer Schulber, Joseph Barany and Christopher Murphy. And their opponents in the back straight is the team of Russia, Nikita Nagdibenov, Sergei Batyukov and Sergei Ustinov are the team of Russia who start in the back straight. So this is a straight final for the bronze medal. The American team just missing out on a medal last year. In fact, they met the Russians in the final 12 months ago in Mexico, so this is a repeat of that final.
De first on the bronze medal at Mexico on the overzijde, representing Russia, Nikita Nagdibenov, Sergei Butakov and Sergei Ustinov.
So all of the American squad were present for that 4th place finish last year. And 2 of them, in fact, represented the United States in the team sprint at the Paralympic Games in London in 2012 when they took a bronze medal on that occasion as well. That's Jennifer Schulber and Joseph Barany. This is Christopher Murphy, the 3rd member of the squad for these World Championships. And the team of Russia, a bronze medal secured 12 months ago. And Nagdibenov and Ustinov were part of that bronze medal combo 12 months ago. The times from qualification earlier today, they were quite evenly matched. The United States coming out just ahead in 52.359 and Russia in 52.428. So qualification times are a good guide and obviously the deciding factor in getting into the medal finals, but sometimes a team will keep just a little bit in reserve for that medal final, so maybe not quite so evenly matched when we come to contest this bronze medal. The team just lining up, the 3 members of the squad, each will ride a lap. The completion of the lap, they will swing off within the designated zone. There mustn't be an overlap between the riders as they cross the pursuit line at which they started. Our eagle-eyed officials will be keeping an eye on that for bad change, which would result in disqualification for a team if they were to do that. American squad lined up. Just waiting for the third member of the Russian team. Just making the final adjustments before being wheeled into the starting position. The rider on the inside, starting in the starting gate. That's a mechanical gate that holds the bike firmly until the starting gun fires. And it's that inside rider in the gate who will lead away for the opening lap. We should get a split time as the riders complete each of the laps. 750 metres of racing stands between these two teams I should say, and the third place, the bronze medal. The Americans just settling now. Schulber, the female member of the squad, is in the starting gate for the USA. Team of Russia ready in the back straight. Countdown will commence. The inside rider must cross the start line first, otherwise it would be adjudged to be a false start. The bleep of the countdown system as that departure time gets ever closer. Hushed atmosphere. Respect of the riders as they listen out for the bleeps to count down the final 5 seconds. And we're into the final countdown now. USA versus Russia for the bronze medal in the mixed team sprint. Underway. Schulber leads off for the USA. Joseph Baragny is man 2, and Murphy will ride the final leg. And in the back straight, the team of Russia, well, that's led away by Nikita Nagdibenov. He swings up, so too does Schulber. The second rider has their lap to ride. This is evenly matched, as it was in qualification. It's a slender advantage, 1.152 seconds in favour of Russia, with 1 lap to go. Murphy of the United States. And Ustinov of Russia. Oh, who's going to get to the line first? That was close. Very close. 0.108 separates the two teams, but I can tell you the bronze medal will be going the way of the Russian team. So it's a repeat of the medal ride for bronze from 12 months ago. Russia getting the better of the United States once again by the slenderest of margin, 0.108. The difference between a bronze medal and finishing in 4th place.
On the 4th place in this mixed team sprint in the United States of America.
So we come now to the ride for the gold and silver medals in this mixed team sprint competition. And the nations in contention for this one, starting in the home straight. They posted the fastest qualification time of this morning. The team of China, represented by Hua Ji, Gupong Wai and Bobin Duan. And their opponents in the back straight, well, the holders of the world record for this discipline, posting that time in competition in Mexico last year in Aguascalientes. 49.268 is the world record time. The Chinese came closest to bettering that in qualification this morning. Their qualification time 50.414. Hence the reason they start in the home straight. And the Spanish team, 51.850 was their qualification time. They start in the back straight. The Spanish team, Eduardo Santas, Amador Granados and Alfonso Cabello is the team of Spain. All three represented their nation last year when they took the gold medal at the World Championships, at the same time as they posted that new world record time, the 13th of April last year in Mexico. So can the Chinese, they got that faster performance in the qualification round. They were the gold medalists in the team sprint at the London Paralympic Games in 2012. The magnificent Olympic velodrome in London. And of course, most of the teams now with a very firm eye on next year when the next Olympic Games take place in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro. So this World Championship, very much an indicator of form, and who is likely to be in contention when the next Paralympic Games take place. So China home straight, Spain in the back straight. Just a few last minute self-encouraging moves from the Chinese athletes. Fearsome slap of the chest from the rider in the centre there, just to get himself absolutely in the right frame of mind for this one. It's all about maximum speed, and the quicker you can get up to your pace, the better. The start is all important in the team sprint. Getting cleanly away from the gate, and the rest of the team dropping neatly into formation behind is what these athletes practice. And let's see if that practice is put into good effect here. Chinese team underway. Round 3 for China, struggling to get onto the pace of the other two. A much more evenly matched start from the Spanish squad. The lead rider, Santos, will swing off as they go down the back straight. China have the advantage ahead of Spain at the moment. It's a slender one though, 1.2 seconds separate the two teams. Bell lap, and for China and Spain, this is the lap that counts for the medal. Well, that was an incredible. Both medal finals decided on the last lap, and the only sub 50-second time posted by China on the way to that gold medal. China gold, Spain silver, and Russia take the bronze in the mixed team sprint final. So we'll see the athletes on our presentation podium a little bit later on this afternoon when we come to the first of our medal ceremonies, which is for that team sprint competition. Just let me whet your appetite for the rest of our competition programme here on this final day, day 4 of these World Championships. We shall be featuring, of course, the sprint competition, which you saw the first heat of a few moments ago in the semi-final stage. That will be taken through to the eventual awarding of the medals. It's the final medal presentation. And we also have some scratch racing this afternoon as well, for both the men and the women. Meanwhile, the celebrations for China continue down there on the finish line. I'm really pleased with that. They converted their silver medal from 12 months ago to the one they all want, the gold medal, and the title of World Champions for 2015. And the crowd here in the Omnis Sport Arena, in the heart of Apeldoorn, really have taken these championships to heart over the last 4 days. The atmosphere inside this velodrome has been absolutely electric for all of the competition sessions. And of course, the culmination of 4 days here and the final session of racing and the final haul of medals to be decided. Interesting statistic for you, that last year 23 individual nations took away world records in Mexico. 20 different countries collected a medal of some form at the end of those championships. This year, got an even bigger entry, 153 athletes in this Paracycling World Championship, representing 30 different nations. So the cream of the world's paracycling athletes are here in Apeldoorn this week. So we move back to our women's sprint semi-finals. We're at the match B stage. And returning to the deck for their second encounter of the team Great Britain and Japan. Great Britain came out on top in the first meeting. Sophie Thornhill and Helen Scott. Sophie Thornhill also succeeding in the last year, gold medal to her credit in Mexico. 19-year-old. And they gold in the tandem Commonwealth Games in Glasgow this year. It's a phenomenal path for Great Britain, and the team charged with trying to overcome them is the outfit from Japan, Kanuma, and her passer by Tanaka. The Japanese first to come on to the start line. Joined Bristol by Great Britain, who will take the inside. So Japan have to take one if they're going to force a decider. Otherwise, the team of Great Britain once again into the final and looking to defend the medal that they hold from 12 months ago. Japan elect to take up the lead position as they roll away from the line. They were outpaced by the British pairing in the first encounter, so they'll need to try and rethink their tactics. Might have a little chat during the team sprint as they prepare themselves for the next encounter, so how possibly they can overcome the power brought to the boards here in Apeldoorn by the British outfit, defending champions Sophie Thornhill and Helen Scott. First couple of laps ticked off, 4 to go. And the British tandem hugging the wheel of their Japanese opponents. Tanaka craning her neck to try and predict a possible move around the outside from the British squad. They're content to sit there. They know they have the greater closing speed on the evidence of the preceding heat. They're happy to have that second place and leave it to the Japanese to have to constantly monitor the situation. Japanese are trying to take the British team up the track, just wavering off the line a little. They're entitled to do that, of course, in these preliminary laps. Once the sprint has begun, then the team who are inside that red sprinters line have to stay there. And if you're going to go past them, you need to go around the outside. Now Great Britain press the accelerator, and once again we see the gap open very rapidly as the British combination with a lap to go. Little look behind, they know they've got the gap, they know a place in the final is only half a lap away. The defending champions of Great Britain, Sophie Thornhill and Helen Scott, with relative ease, and to the great delight of the large number of British supporters here in the Omnisport Arena, in 2 straight rides secure a place in the finals. Well, it was a valiant effort from the Japanese riders, Kanuma and Tanaka. They knew that the British tandem had the better closing speed, and once again proved to be so. They went past with a lap to go in the back straight and just cruised away almost on the way to that place in the finals. Thumbs up from the British coach, John Norfolk. These riders spend many hours, I can tell you, at the National Cycling Centre in Manchester, practicing their incredible performance that we see at these World Championships, and of course also in the Paralympics as well, and in paracycling events across the world. So the second semi-final, an all-Antipodean affair between Australia and New Zealand. New Zealand were the winners of the first encounter. Emma Foy, piloted by Laura Fairweather. In the black and white colours, the team of New Zealand. And in the lower position on the track, the team of Australia. Brandy O'Connor and Brianna Hargrave is the pilot on the Australian tandem, and they start on the inside. So the Australian team were the silver medalists last year in Mexico. Kiwis, they finished in a bronze medal position, so they're going to do better this year than they did last year. They're in the potential ride for a medal. They could equal or better that, of course, if they could secure themselves a berth in the gold and silver medal final. Yet to be decided, the outcome of this semi-final, all important in that decision, of course. And Foy has already taken a gold medal here in the 3-kilometre pursuit, and also a bronze medal in the kilometre time trial as well. So a successful Paralympic Worlds already for the New Zealand team. It's Australia leading this one down the back straight with 4 laps to go. The lap board here in the Omnisport Arena, suspended by the longest piece of chain I've ever seen from the roof of this superb facility here. And the lap board operator standing outside the track safety fence, just peering up at the lap board, suspended above her head. But effective nonetheless. And it's showing 3 laps to go this time. On the Australian tandem, ever watchful for the New Zealanders. As I mentioned earlier in commentary, the New Zealand team were obliged to go to a best of 3 with Poland in the qualification through the quarterfinals earlier today. Australians did that slightly fresher legs. In fact, they were involved in a tussle with the Netherlands team, which ended up with the Netherlands riders on the floor and sadly unable to continue in the competition. Now the team of New Zealand start to pull ahead. It's only a wheel separating at the moment. The Australians respond. It's the belt lap. This is evenly matched on the line. Oh, work to do here for New Zealand now. The Australians in the lower position. They have a slightly shorter route around the track. New Zealand put their head in front with a lap to go, but now the Australians have come back at them. Australia are going to make this 2 from 2 and progress through to the finals. Well, in fact, let me just correct that, because it was New Zealand who took victory in the opening encounter, so that will go to a decider. Just confirming that on our scoreboard here. So yes, not quite decided yet. We'll go to a decider for that match between Australia and New Zealand. New Zealand the opening encounter, and Australia the second one. So a third and decisive match is required in semi-final number 2. Just seeing a replay on our monitor here. And it did look at one point as though New Zealand were going to accelerate past the Australians, but they kicked again. O'Connor and Hargrave didn't give that one up. They knew they had to take that one to force the decider. And up the line, but it's almost half a tandem length advantage for the Australian team.
So for the second time, Great Britain presents themselves to the start. They will go to the final. The final of the spring year.
So from the women's sprint back to the men. Again, we're at the semi-final stage here. And the defending champions will be first to come to the track in their encounter with Germany. And of course the Germans were a no-show, so that's a formality for Great Britain. In fact, the commissaire is not requiring them to present further, so the first appearance is sufficient to qualify them through to the next round. So we just have the battle between Spain and the Netherlands for the second place into the finals from this heat. So for Spain, Jose Porto and Jose Villanueva, and for the Netherlands, Tristan Bangma, and the pilot is Teun Mulder.
Ik wil ik gaan maken over 6 ronden 2 minuten. Dames en heren, handen op elkaar aan te horen.
Spanish pilot just dusting the front wheel. Just a little handshake with his stoker behind. They were the winner of the opening encounter. If they take this one, then they will progress into the ride for the gold and silver medals later this afternoon. So the pressure is on the Dutch. They're on the inside in the familiar orange, white and black colours. Teun Mulder piloting Tristan Bangma. This Dutch pairing took the silver medal in the kilometre time trial a day or so ago. They'd love to add a sprint title, but they need to get the better of Spain in this encounter. A measured start by both teams here. And if you've ever ridden a tandem, on a banked track, you'll know how difficult it is to keep the thing upright, particularly going at the sort of pace they're going at the moment. Hence the reason they're right at the bottom on the blue band, the Côte d'Azur. We've seen one or two unfortunate incidents during this World Championship. Tandem pairings coming to grief. And believe me, you don't want to encounter the ground on one of these machines if you can possibly avoid it. So, into the relatively straighter section in the home straight. Certainly, if you're a keen statistician of velodromes around the world, let me tell you the bankings here at this Omnisport arena are a maximum incline of 44 degrees. Slightly shallower than the Olympic velodrome in London, which is 45 degrees, but a very similar sort of track to all of our 250 metre tracks around the world. And this is actually the only venue here in the Netherlands at which a World Championship can be staged on a track of this type. Indeed, it was the host of the World Championships back in 2011. Still advantage Spain. First 2 laps completed. Of course, great support here for the home nation and the home team of Bangma Mulder. Porto and Villanova know they've got that one win already, and so too for the Dutch, because they have decided to take this one on. Early days yet, still 3 laps to go. Until the Netherlands have kicked for home, and now the Spanish team have to respond and keep that gap within manageable proportions. Teun Mulder and Tristan Bangma still have the advantage coming onto the scoreboard with 2 to go. Now the Spanish team begins to lift the pace. They get it to go around the outside, and so they do. Dropping inside the sprinters line. Well, the Dutch team objecting there that they didn't think the Spanish team gave them sufficient ground before dropping inside the sprinters line. That's a decision for our commissaires to take. Dutch have given up on that one. You saw them wave the hand there in protest. Spanish continue, of course. They'll cross the line first. Our track centre officials scrutinising the video footage that you saw on the live feed as well.
Dames en heren, we krijgen de derde rit, want Spanje wordt gedeclasseerd. There's a regulation for the Spanish team. Going in the third right.
Well, we're relying on our information here from the venue commentary team, and I can tell you it has just been announced that the Spanish team have been relegated. As I flagged up in commentary, their indiscretion was to swoop down in front of the Dutch team, took the line away from them without a clear tandem lengths advantage before they dropped inside that sprinters line. So Spanish team are not best pleased about that, as you can perhaps imagine. They're being shown the video evidence by our commissaire present in the track centre. So the Dutch live to fight again, fortuitously. Just seeing an action replay here on our monitor of the pre-incident point in the race. And teams are still playing that game of tactics. Dutch team went ahead, and the Spanish team responded as they had to do. Came round the outside. The incident occurred as they came off the bend on corner 2. Dutch team were inside the sprinters line at that point. The Spanish team came down without allowing a clear tandem length, literally taking the racing line away from the Dutch squad. They almost touched wheels, in fact. So I think that's a righteous complaint from the Dutch team, and it's been upheld with the relegation of Spain. So that one will go to a decider.
Gaan we verder met de 7e kleine finale women sprints, de 7e en 8e plaats. Zal een formaliteit zijn, dit door de valpartij. Dus de kwalificatie die we hadden van de Nederlandse ploeg van Larissa Klaassen en Heidi Dolman.
So intrigue here in the men's sprint competition. Meanwhile, though, the action on the track will continue with the minor finals for the women's sprint. First of which for 7th and 8th place, scheduled between Belgium and the Netherlands. But as I mentioned earlier, sadly the Dutch team were involved in a crash in the quarter-final stage of the competition this morning, the first encounter, when they came like an awful cropper on corner 2. We do hope both riders concerned are okay. Necessitated 20 minutes or so of track repair, and if our cameras actually focus in on the area of track just beyond the 200-metre line as they come into corner number 2, you'll perhaps see the quite substantial amount of white gaffer tape that was applied to the damage inflicted on the boards here at the Omnisport Arena. So the ride for 5th and 6th place is between Poland and Greece. Now Poland pushed the New Zealand tandem hard in the quarter-final stage, forcing a best of 3 before the New Zealanders eventually came out on top. And the team of Greece, well, they went out of the quarter-finals and they were matched against their opponents earlier on today. But now is the battle for the placing 5th and 6th in the overall sprint even classification, with Poland on the inside in the red and white colours and Greece on the outside in the all blue. So the Greek tandem, Adamantia Chalkadaki is the stoker, and the pilot is Agiro Milaki. And for Poland,
the Greece team on the front. Which team up?
Podkosliena and Wushnek are the team of Poland. They're in 2nd place, sitting behind the Greeks, higher up on the track at the moment. Four laps to go. If you are just joining us here on our live commentary of the final day, the final session of the UCI Track Cycling Championships, we're at the Omnisport Arena in Apeldoorn in the Netherlands. This is the ride for 5th and 6th place in the women's sprint, tandem sprint of course, between Poland and Greece. Greeks out of the saddle, starting to inject a bit more pace into this one. Gaining any specific advantage though. Polish team remain seated and match them pedal rev for pedal rev, so no change in the relative positions. It's still Greeks ahead of Poland. Now the Polish combo start to make a move around the outside.
Still in the first place. Polish team trying more and more.
As we saw, attempted acceleration is even between both teams, so that little look around the outside by the Polish team, coming out of the shelter of the Greek tandem, again, has not proved advantageous, and we're still in the same situation. The Greeks, who took the lead as they departed from the start line, are still leading with a lap to go, and across the line, first place in this 5th and 6th place final for the team of Greece. Chalkiadaki and Milaki of Greece celebrate 5th place overall in the women's sprint competition, and that means that 6th is taken by the team of Poland. Again, we see a replay, the final lap and a half, and Polish team, despite their best efforts, couldn't muster the extra pace required to come around the Greek tandem, and so we had to settle for 6th place. So we come to the minor finals now in the men's sprint. Again, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th are the places at stake in this one.
Gaan we beginnen met de mannen sprints om de 7e afslag van de 7th and 8th final. Representing Greece, Barakas.
Greece versus Spain for 7th and 8th place. So the team of Greece, Athanasios Barakas, piloted by Konstantinos Choulinos, and the team of Spain, Ignacio Avila, piloted by Juan Font. Distinctive blue colours, the Greece squad. Glistening white tandem, that rear disc wheel. Yellow and red of Spain in second position here as they complete the opening 250 metres. Both teams occupying now a higher position on the track. Spanish team were matched against their fellow countrymen in the quarter-finals. And the Greeks, well, they lost out to the team of Great Britain in their quarter-final encounter. So it's still Spain above the blue line. Greeks come up to join them, trying to push the Spanish team as close to the fence as they can, minimising their opportunity to come over the top. Bit of conversation going on between the two Greek riders there, just agreeing the tactic. They've left a little gap which Spain are determined to occupy as the Greek riders drop down briefly below the sprinters' line, but up they come again. Halfway point, 3 laps to go. This really is a ding-dong battle between these two teams. Spanish team and the Greeks looking for 7th and 8th place overall. Still advantage for the Greek tandem. Once again, though, the kick from the Spanish team. Can they get the advantage this time? They're evenly matched. They go down the back straight. Now the team of Spain begin to draw away. And you don't make the same mistake as their countrymen in the previous heat. They gave plenty of ground before dropping down in front of the Greek squad. And the Greeks know that 8th place is their destiny. They've sat up, but the Spanish team continue and celebrate a 7th place finish in the men's sprint competition.
De Spanjaarden dus op de plaats 8 in deze sprint en op de 8e plaats aan de plaats voor Griekenland. We stoten naar Aguascalientes.
Van de 7e en 8e plaats gaan we door naar de 5e en 6e plaats. We go on to the sprint of the 5th and the 6th place in this sprint tournament for attendance. The team from Australia and the team from
still the ride for 5th and 6th place in these minor finals of the men's sprint. Following completion of these minor finals, we'll be moving into the 3rd heat required for at least one of our spring competitions running here this afternoon. We'll then see the victory ceremony for the mixed team sprint. That gold medal taken by China earlier today, ahead of Spain in silver medal position and Russia for the bronze. We'll be the first riders to appear on our presentation podium right here in the centre of the arena. An arena, by the way, capable of accommodating up to 5,000 people. It's used not only for cycle racing but also for other sporting events. Tennis is played here, and it's also used as a concert venue as well. One of the many multi-use arenas around the world. Not dissimilar to the most recent new velodrome opening in Derby in Great Britain a couple of weeks ago. It's another venue that has a track but can also be utilised for other sporting activity and concerts as well. Unlike Derby, though, which has its track suspended almost 3 metres in the air, the track here at the Omnisport Arena, rather more conventionally positioned. The sunken D in the middle, occupied by the teams, the officials and the press area as well, as he's sending the information around the world by social media. Okay, so the riders come to the track for 5th and 6th place minor final. To be Australia versus the Netherlands.
From Australia, met Paul Kennedy and Nicolas Jalouris.
So representing Australia, starting on the outside, is Paul Kennedy, piloted by Nicolas Jalouris. And on the inside, the team of the Netherlands, Stefan de Vries and Patrick Bos. Well, there's no hanging about here.
It's going to be a very long sprint as it seems.
They set off like a shot from a gun. And they've decided to throttle it back just a little bit, realising they've still got another 5.5 laps to do. So the pace settles a little, and it finds de Vries on the Dutch tandem ahead of Kennedy on the Australian.
En die Nederlanders kunnen stukken maken als telkens als ze langskomen, want naar buiten.
Well, there's another medal at stake here. There's the honour of taking 5th overall, the World Championship.
Ja, nog steeds. Nu sta je in het tweede uur staan in de pedalen.
watchful on the Dutch tandem. The Australians looked up the inside there. The Dutch very quickly closed the door on them though. Take the lead.
And now it's up to Bos and De Vries to...
Can the Dutch tandem respond to the challenge here in Australia? There's the bell, one to go. De Vries and Bos on the Dutch tandem. Kick once again as they go down the back straight. Oh, they've drawn one on the Australians. And now the Brits take advantage of the scoreboard before the end of the track. And the good crystal light and the light on the home crowd. Fifth place secured by the team of the Netherlands. Stefan De Vries, followed by Patrick Bos. And boy, are they pleased with that one.
What a race this was. Dames en heren, mag ik uw applaus. De man op de wijkplaats.
Well, it's a sea of orange here in the finishing straight as the home crowd celebrate that fifth place finish by their athletes on the Dutch tandem. And sixth place overall, well, that goes to Australia, Paul Kennedy and Nicholas Jaloris. I'm sure you can hear the applause ringing around the Omnisport Arena here. They love a home win, even in a minor final. Acknowledging the applause that continues to ring out for the Dutch pairing and that fifth place overall. So a brief pause on the track before we resume competition. The Australians departing, having dismounted their tandem. And the Dutch similarly leave the track in the back straight. So as one Australian team leave the track, another one comes onto it as we move into match 3 in the women's sprint semi-final. This is the match between New Zealand and Australia. New Zealand, the winners of match 1. Australia came back and took match 2, so this is the third and decider. For New Zealand, Emma Foy and Laura Fairweather is the pilot. And for Australia, Brandy O'Connor and her pilot, Brianna Hargrave. So this is the decider. The winning team here will progress into the final for the gold and silver medals, and the losers, they will contest the bronze medal. Of course, Great Britain already through to that gold and silver medal final, so this match will decide who meets Japan for the bronze. And of course, who meets Great Britain for the gold and silver. New Zealand on the inside, Australia on the outside. Our starter just ensuring both teams are ready to go. The whistle blows, they get away. Australia pounce on the lead position. Obviously decided they wanted to take this one from the front. First lap completed. New Zealand out of the saddle briefly, matching the pace of the Australian tandem, but not going past them, allowing them to continue in the lead position. Of course, that's an advantage for the New Zealand team, benefiting from the slipstream of the tandem in front. On a solo bicycle, that slipstream can reduce the amount of effort required by about a third. A tandem, it might be even more significant advantage, but of course there's the added complication of then manoeuvring yourself around your opponent as you get into the closing stages. Australia keeping a very watchful eye here on the New Zealanders. Australian pilot Brianna Hargrave constantly looking across at her opponent, and they're still sitting just in second place, but on terms and looking ready to pounce the team of New Zealand. They know it's all down to this ride for a place in the gold medal final, and we're running out of time to decide now as we get the final lap underway in the bell sounds. Australia still have the lead. Now if New Zealand are going to go past them, they have got to close that gap down as they go down the back straight. The Australians fully committed, they're inside the sprinters line. The New Zealand have the longer way to go round. It doesn't look like they're going to do it. They're closing fast but not fast enough, and the team of Australia take victory in match number 3. And by a margin of 2-1, they overcome New Zealand and secure themselves a place to meet Great Britain in the gold and silver medal final. Emma Foy and Laura Fairweather of New Zealand put up a valiant fight there. The Australians grabbed the lead right at the start and held it right the way through to the finish line. Confident in their ability to hold off the New Zealanders despite the strong effort from the New Zealand pairing. So Brandy O'Connor and Brianna Hargrave will meet Sophie Thornhill and Helen Scott in the finals. And the bronze medal final, again best of 3 of course for the finals between Japan and New Zealand.
Na deze rit gaan we de extra hulpmiddelen gaan over de team sprint. Please prepare for the World Champion Russia, Spain and China for the mixed team sprint. Thank you.
Dus de sprint halve finale in met een 1-1 stand tussen Spanje en Nederland.
So one piece of unfinished business in the men's sprint competition. If you cast your mind back a few minutes to the second encounter, Spain judged to have impeded the forward progress of the Dutch tandem, and despite crossing the line in first place, were relegated. So we have to do it again. Spain on the inside, carrying that warning, of course, and Netherlands on the outside. For Spain, it's Jose Porto and Jose Villanueva. He's the pilot. And for the Netherlands, Tristan Bangma and the pilot, Teun Mulder. So this for a place in the final against Great Britain, the defending champions. And you can imagine the reaction of our home crowd here if the Dutch riders can pull this one out of the bag. That indiscretion by Spain has brought us to this decider.
They were relegated in the second sprint. Deze sprint dus gewonnen door Spanje. De tweede werden ze declasseerd, waardoor het nu 1-1 is.
Well, the crowd's lining the balustrade fence here in the home straight. 2 of the younger members of the Dutch cycling fraternity being held aloft by parents to get a better view. As the first couple of laps are completed, Still Spain ahead of the Netherlands. Tristan Bangma and Turnmulder versus Jose Porto and Jose Villanueva. Dutch team occupying the high position here as they come into the finishing straight. With a kilometre to go, 4 laps of this 250-metre track. Turnmulder, former world kilometre champion, bronze medalist in the Keirin of the Olympic Games in London. Then turning his attention to para-cycling, becoming the pilot of this Dutch tandem. So, the team of the Netherlands have got approximately a tandem lengths advantage as they go into the back straight. The pressure here is on Spain now. They've got a gap to close, and then they need to go around the outside of the Dutch team. They're now fully committed to their sprint. It's Netherlands leading Spain. The gap is still a sizable one. Robert Nation. You can see the red thread all over his face, but now Spain have closed them down. Look at that charge from the team of Spain. They left it to the final lap, and they have outpaced the Dutch riders in the back straight. Well, I don't see any problems this time. The Spanish team kept a little bit in the tank. It looked as though they'd given the Netherlands too big a gap, but they were confident in their ability to close it, and close it they did. So Jose Porto and Jose Villanueva of Spain celebrating a place in the final where they will meet Great Britain. And the Netherlands, well, with the non-appearance of Germany, have got themselves a bronze medal nevertheless. Well, that was a super effort. Unbowed by that decision to relegate them in the preceding heat. They came back in the most advantageous manner you can think of. Really did stamp their authority on the final lap and a half of that. Outpaced the Dutch tandem and crossed the line, and with it secured a place in the final. So the Spanish team are guaranteed a better place and a better medal than they achieved last year in Mexico, where they were the bronze medalists. They also took a bronze medal at the Paralympics in London in 2012. So, yeah, a significant force in tandem sprinting, and they'll go up against the defending champions, the team of Great Britain, in the gold and silver medal final. So we're preparing for the victory ceremony here, first victory ceremony of this final session of the 2015 UCI Paracycling World Championships. It'll be for the team sprint. And prior to that, we hope to bring you an interview from down in the track centre with the winning team. Colleague Louis Chenet is down there with the microphone poised. Next competition on the track following the awards ceremony will take us into the third and fourth place final in the women's sprint competition.
Right, I'm happy with the organization, with the atmosphere, with the racing. Yeah, we've got a great venue here in Apeldoorn in Holland. We've got a really good organisation, some great racing already, and it's been a fantastic few days of paracycling.
We have 30 nations here represented. This is a very good sign in terms of globalization.
Yeah, absolutely, and paracycling is growing all around the world. We're very keen to support that. We're working with our national federations to do what we can to extend and expand paracycling and give new opportunities for people with disabilities to take part in cycling.
We're going to broadcast today the whole racing. We've launched a new Twitter account. More exposure, more promotion, that's very good as well.
Yeah, we obviously want to do as much as we can to support paracycling. These Track World Championships are a really great opportunity to do that, and I'm very, very pleased to be here to see the racing. It's great.
Paracycling is also on the road, and we have a fourth additional round recently announced. That's also a very good sign, and it's in the African continent.
Yeah, there's a real increase in interest in paracycling all around the world now, and I'm very, very pleased to see that. And as I say, we will do what we can at UCI to support that. We can't do everything in every part of the world, in every country, but we will work with our national federations and our continental confederations to see that paracycling continues to grow.
Thank you very much.
Well, the president of the UCI, the Union Cycliste International, the world governing body of cycle sport, Brian Cookson, is giving his thoughts and reflections on the past 4 days of competition here at the Omnisport Arena, the centre of Apeldoorn. And as Brian reflected, paracycling really on an absolute upward trend, arguably beginning with the incredible competition at the Paralympics in London in 2012. And many more nations now competing. 30 nations, it's worth reflecting, here in competition this week. 153 athletes in total have been vying for the medals during the past 4 days of action. So our presentation party almost ready for our first award ceremony of this afternoon. It is for the mixed team sprint finals. Meanwhile, the athletes in the track centre continue their warm-up in anticipation of forthcoming competition. We still have the sprints to be decided, and also we've got a feast of scratch race action for you this afternoon as well, in both the men's and the women's competition. And for the first time this year, the categories have been split in the scratch race. I'll explain a little bit more when we come to the start of the race as to how the category system worked. I did promise to do that for you earlier this afternoon, and we like to keep our promises. But at the moment, we're just readying ourselves for the first of our victory ceremonies.
Dames en heren, mag uw aandacht voor de huldigingceremonie van de internationale wielrenunie, de wereldkampioenschappen aangepast baanwielrennen. Award ceremony of the UCI Paracycling Track World Championships Mixed Team Sprint. De huldigingceremonie van de internationale wielrenunie wereldkampioenschappen aangepast baanwielrennen the mixed team sprint. De medals en de jersey will be presented by de medailles en de trui zal uitgereikt worden door de heer Mohamed Belmahi, president of the UCI Paracycling Commission, president van de UCI Paracycling Commissie. In third place and the winners of the bronze medal, een derde plaats en winnaars van de bronzen medaille, Nikita Makhliov, Sergei Rakutov en Sergei Mushkinov, Russia.
So Russia to receive the bronze medal, Nikita Nagnibedov, Sergei Batukov and Sergei Ustinov.
In second place and winners of the silver medal, tweede plaats en de winnaars van de zilveren medaille, Eduardo Santos Asensio, Apeldoorn Granadas, Alcorta en Alfonso Cabello Lamas, España.
Silver medal goes to the team of Spain, Eduardo Santos, Amador Granados and Alfonso Cabello.
And in first place, the world champions, the winners of the gold medal en op de eerste plaats de wereldkampioenen en winnaars van de gouden medaille, Haoxi, Guopingwei en Apeldoorn, China.
So the gold medalist and world champions, the team of China. Hao Ji, Guopingwei and Berbin Duan. Mohamed Belmahi of the UCI Management Committee presenting the medals and the jerseys.
De flowers will be presented by de bloemen zullen uitgereikt worden door Johan Kruithof, alderman of the city of Apeldoorn, wethouder van de gemeente Apeldoorn.
And now the flower presentation to the three medal winning teams. Appropriate, of course, for Holland, the orange bouquets. I don't think they're tulips. I'm not the world's greatest horticulturalist, so I'll leave you to identify the particular type of flowers being presented. Warm handshake from a representative of the local town of Apeldoorn here. In fact, Apeldoorn, one of the 10 largest cities in Holland, hosted the World Championships back in 2011 and now proud presenters of the UCI Paracycling World Championships this year. So the applause as the team step onto the podium and ready themselves for the national anthem of China.
Dames en heren, mag ik uw oprechte aandacht, hoofdrechtsel af te nemen voor de volkslied van China.
So the medalists depart from the podium at the completion of the mixed team sprint medal ceremony.
Part of our program is to race the first heat, the first sprint, and the race for the third and the fourth place in the women's sprint. Zometeen rijden in de strijd om de derde en de vierde plaats voor de sprint bij de vrouwen. We rijden dus om het brons, riding for the bronze medal.
So the next action on the track here will be the medal finals in the women's sprint competition. As ever, in fact, from the quarter-final stage of competition onwards, these are best of three. The final for the bronze medal will be first to come to the track. Chinese team sprint squad busy signing jerseys down there in the track centre. Proudly displaying those rainbow bands that denote paracycling world champions. I did mention earlier we'd clarify for you exactly how the classification system for paracycling is decided. The system was changed a few years ago, just before, in fact, the Paralympics in 2012, to perhaps simplify slightly the number of classifications and the way riders' impairments are classified. We've already alluded to tandem sprinting, with those with a visual impairment, be it partial or complete lack of sight. They're all classified by the B category, men and women in separate competition, of course. And then the other categories, C1 through to C5. And C1 being those competitors who have the more severe impediment, through to those at C5 level who have lesser impediments. So that's the way the classification works. And when we come to our scratch racing a little bit later on this afternoon, over preceding years, since the scratch race has been introduced relatively recently into the Paracycling World Championships. It's a combined category for all athletes in C1 through to C5. This year, though, they've been split into two separate scratch race finals. One for competitors in category C1 through to C3, and then a second final for a second set of medals for those in the C4 and C5 categories. So the advantage of that, it gives the opportunity for those with the more severe impediment categories, the C1 through to C3, to take away their very own set of medals at the end of these championships. So that's the way the classification system works, and riders have to go through a classification process at the beginning of a championship to determine that they are placed in the correct category from C1 through to C5. So whilst we wait for our women sprinters to come to the start line, I've been compiling one or two fascinating facts for you about the city of Apeldoorn. It's definitely worth a visit. My first time here, and very impressed indeed with the facilities at the Omnisport Arena here. But if you have an interest in animals, perhaps you want to pay a visit to the city's zoo, I can tell you it's the only zoo in the world where they have 30 different kinds of monkeys for you to take a look at. So sadly I won't have the opportunity in my short visit here to Apeldoorn to go and check those monkeys out, but if you do get the chance, then the city zoo is definitely worth putting it onto your tourist itinerary. Don't please text in to ask what the different 30 types of monkeys are, because my research is not quite that in depth. So the podium backdrop finally being raised aloft in the track centre, ready for the resumption of racing. Riders waiting patiently in the waiting area. A little bit of conversation going on between the two New Zealand riders there, Emma Foy and Laura Fairweather. Bronze medalist last year, the World Championships in Mexico, the velodrome in Aguascalientes. Looking to repeat that here today. In order to do so, they need to overcome their opponents, who are the team of Japan, represented by Yuri Kanuma and Mai Tanaka. And the Japanese pairing have already got a silver medal in the 3-kilometre pursuit. This took place earlier in the week. 4 days of action here for these championships, beginning on Thursday. Riders already have completed the individual pursuit, time trial disciplines. Today, the culmination of the action, this final session being brought to you live here on the UCI TV channel, courtesy of YouTube. If you are watching live with us this afternoon, we hope you're enjoying the coverage. Don't forget you have got the opportunity to re-watch all of the action via our YouTube channel. It certainly has been eventful thus far. Still got the scratch races to come, but now the riders for the women's sprint come out onto trackside. New Zealand versus China, the ride for the bronze medal. And this is heat number 1 of a potential 3. They do draw for their starting position, incidentally. It's judged to be a slight disadvantage to start on the inside, as you are obliged to lead away from the line, unless of course your opponents elect to go past you. We have seen that happen during the course of the preceding rounds of competition. But if you are on the front, of course you then need to constantly monitor your opponents, who have the surprise element on their side. So New Zealand have drawn the inside position for match 1. They'll swap around for match 2, and then if it goes to a third and deciding match, they will draw once again for position in that one. So Japan at the top of the track, New Zealand on the inside. Our starter comes onto trackside. The whistle at the ready. Starter's job is to judge the start is fair, and then also to monitor the progress of the riders around the track, looking out for any potential infringements that might cause a stoppage of the event, usually indicated by the firing of a gun. It's Phil Pollard, UCI Commissaire, charged with the starting duties at the championship this week. Blows the whistle and gets this first of a potential 3 matches underway. New Zealand versus Japan in the ride for the bronze medal. So as I alluded to, the New Zealanders are obliged to ride away in the front position, and that's exactly what they've done. Japan settle into second spot, leaving a bike length or so, half a tandem length between themselves and the New Zealanders. Foy and Fairweather, New Zealand pairing, had a tough passage through to the finals, having to go to a best of 3 with Poland earlier in the day, then overcoming arch enemies on the way to this bronze medal final. Losing out to Australia in the semis. That was another good battle between the two teams. So New Zealand still hold the lead position. The all black, well, almost all black. The white flashes down the side of the skin suits, denoting the New Zealand tandem, all black tandem as well. Chinese riders into a more compact position, drawing closer to the back wheel of the New Zealanders. Pilot of the New Zealand tandem, Laura Fairweather, signals an increase in pace. They lift themselves from the saddle. Emma Foy in the rearward position, rider with the visual impairments. Japan start to make a move. New Zealanders are inside the red line, so Japan are going to go around the outside, but they're making good progress. We're in the final lap here, and Japan have taken the lead with a quarter of a lap to go. And they come over the top of New Zealand and take first blood in this bronze medal final. Japan go 1 match the good. Yuri Kanuma and Mai Tanaka. So for the bronze medal final, we will move to the golden women's silver medal final, and the old adversaries meet once again for this one. The defending champions, representing Great Britain, Sophie Thornhill and Helen Scott. Winners against Australia, ironically, in Mexico last year. So this is a repeat of the 2014 gold medal final. Brandy O'Connor and Brianna Hargrave of Australia beat New Zealand, the best of three. Semi-finals are the opponents. Thornhill and Scott already been on the top step of the podium this week, taking victory in the kilometre time trial. Great Britain took away the largest number of world titles from Mexico last year, with 7 altogether. It was Australia who collected the most medals, 17 medals taken by Australia in 2014, 5 of which were gold. So, do they have an answer to the dominance of Great Britain in the women's sprint? We'll find out over the next potentially 3 encounters. Chinese team just leaving the track from the preceding heat, having brought the tandem eventually to a halt. And the British contingent here in the finishing straight, applauding the arrival of the British team. And I'm sure we have a scattering of Australians here as well. But sportingly, the whole crowd acknowledging both teams. They like good competition here, and they're seeing it an absolute best demonstration of the prowess of paracycling across the world. 13 nations represented these championships, and just 2 of them here in this sprint final, Great Britain and Australia. So the Australians head away from the line and adopt the lead position. Pilot here is Brianna Hargrave, and the rider in the stoker's position is Brandy O'Connor for Australia. Sophie Thornhill already achieved one of her 2 objectives, to repeat the medal haul from Mexico last year, where they took the kilometre. Done so again this week. Now the sprint lies before them. She was paired with Rachel James last year, adopting a new tandem partner this year in the form of Helen Scott, and continuing that success, of course.
British team still in the lead.
Thornhill, 19 years of age, hails from Cheshire. And the British team in the lead position now. The Australians went away from the line in that position, but the lead taken over by Great Britain as we are inside the second half of this first match. 2 laps to go. Thornhill and Scott versus O'Connor and Hargrave. Well, the Australians have left quite a gap here to close down on the British squad. They must be mindful of the pace that Thornhill and Scott bring to the track. They'll need to wind this up. They've left themselves, I fear, too big a gap to close. It's going to be victory for Great Britain with relative ease in the first match. Little wave there from Helen Scott as they cross the line. And, well, Brandy O'Connor and Brianna Hargrave will need to rethink that one when we come to the second encounter. Great Britain rode a textbook perfect sprint there. Let the Australians go away first. Took over the lead position, then pulled away in the closing laps and across the line with a significant gap ahead of their opponents. So we'll return to that competition a little later when we come to the second match in the sprints for the medal presentations later in the day, of course. But we'll move on now to the men's sprint competition, which is at the same point. And that is the first match in the finals for the medals. Now, the bronze medal is something of a formality, as the German team did not present themselves for the start of the semi-finals. I don't know the reason for that. So that means that the Dutch team only have to present themselves at the finish line in order to claim the bronze medal. Tristan Bangma and Teun Mulder are the representatives of the home nation. And this Dutch team were the winners of the gold medal in the pursuit competition a couple of days ago. Contested over 4 kilometres, 16 laps of the track. So, as is required by the protocol, they need to present themselves as ready to ride on the start line.
Dames en heren, de strijd om de derde en vierde plaats in de derde sprint. Ja, door ziekte van Duitsland gaat die niet door. En dat betekent dat ze winnaar zijn. Zonder te rijden van de, zonder te rijden van de bronzen medaille. Teun Mulder, Tristan Bangma.
An appearance acknowledged by our Commissar President, Greg Griffiths from Australia, and also acknowledged by the Dutch crowd. We've got another medal to celebrate. As our stadium commentator here conducts an interview in Dutch, which I would struggle to translate for you. Teun Mulder.
Mooie staat van dienst. Ook het tweede wereldkampioenschap hier in Apeldoorn. Hoe heb jij deze wereldkampioenschap beleefd?
Nou, dat was een mooi toernooi geweest voor Nederland met 3 wereldkampioenen.
So Teun Mulder,
3 zilver en nu
superb athlete, world and Olympic medals to his credit over the years. And of course, piloting Tristan Bangma stands alongside him for this bronze medal.
Jouw eerste wereldkampioenschap in eigen huis gevallen.
Super goed. Dat was echt een hele leuke ervaring om in Nederland de eerste week aan te rijden.
En dan 2 medailles.
Ja, klopt. Zilver op de kilometer. Laten we dan afsluiten met de bronzen plak.
Wat gaan jullie nu doen richting Rio?
Maar trainen.
En wat gaat dat betekenen voor Rio? Je hebt nou 2 kleuren medailles.
Ja, dat is natuurlijk afwachten. We gaan ons best doen om meer stappen te zetten en dan gaan we dan alles hier boven staan.
Teun heeft nog een zo gauw ding van de Olympische Spelen.
Ja.
Maar niet van de Paralympische Spelen. Gaan we er ook nog mee sturen?
Ja, dat zou wel super zijn. Maar we gaan het zien.
Teun, wereldkampioen onder andere toen in Kopenhagen, waar wij nog zijn, Olympische bronzen medaille gehaald in Londen. Jouw Paralympische Spelen, want het is een hele overgang geweest voor jou naar de Paralympische sport.
Dat klopt, ik moest 2 jaar tussenuit zijn en afgelopen februari was het zo. En naar de eerste WK met de Paralympische ploeg en 2 medailles en ook volgend jaar meer en die medaille in Rio.
Dames en heren, we gaan het belonen met het ovationele applaus. Teun Mulder, Tristan Bangma,
Celebrating that bronze medal, Dutch team of Teun Mulder and Tristan Bangma. And certain elements of that interview were certainly reflecting on the chances when they go to Rio, just over 12 months' time, for the Paralympic Games. So the formalities completed for the bronze medal. We'll see those two again when we come to the presentation later in the day. They can take it easy for the rest of the afternoon. They know they've got that bronze medal, but less certain is the outcome of the gold and silver. And the two teams who are in contention for this one are the defending champions. Representing Great Britain, just about to appear on the track, the defending champions Neil Facky and Peter Mitchell, and their opponents, who are the bronze medalists from 12 months ago. The team of Spain, Jose Porto and Jose Villanueva.
This is the first sprint. Also hier 2 sprints hebben we won. 2 sprints moeten dus gewonnen worden voor de zege.
So, the best of 3, of course.
And it's the Spanish team already at the start line.
Aan de start is al bij het Spaanse team.
Well, the team of Spain already in position on the start line, awaiting the arrival of the Great Britain opponents. They're making their last minute adjustments adjacent to the track fence before being wheeled into position. It's always good to get the first match to your credit. It takes a little bit of the pressure off match 2 because they know that it's the opponent who has to take a victory to force the decider. Peter Mitchell just zipping up the Great Britain skin sit there, just adjusting the shoulders. Neil Facky behind him on the tandem. And their opponents, Porto, the stoker and the pilot, Villanueva of Spain. Great Britain in the red, white and blue, of course. Spain in the orange and red colours.
Kijken wie dan de eerste punten, die eerste overwinning kan pakken.
So it's already been a successful week here at these championships for the team of Great Britain. Been looking to add to their medal haul here in this sprint with another gold medal, but the Spaniards will want to do something about that and improve on their bronze from last year. Guaranteed at least a silver, of course. But the lure of gold is a very strong lure indeed, and this is our first indication of the way those medals will progress. A measured start by both teams, occupying the well of the track, the blue Côte d'Azur, as it's rather romantically called in the world of track cycling. That's the blue band that separates the runoff area from the track surface itself.
5 laps remaining, 5 more, op dit moment nog te gaan.
And the red line, which is positioned further up the track, is critical when we come to sprinting. Once you occupy the sprinter's lane, which is denoted by that red line, your opponents are obliged to go around the outside of you and thus take a greater distance to the finish line. Just below the red line on the track, the black line is called the gauge line. That's the actual measurement of the 250 metres around this track. As I mentioned earlier, the velodrome here in Apeldoorn, Omnisport Arena, the only accredited velodrome for world and Olympic competition. Already hosted the World Championships in 2011, now adding the Paracycling Championships. It's a roster of big events here. Spain still occupying the lead position. The defending champions laying off a tandem length or so. 2 laps to go, 500 metres when they come to the home straight this time. Facky and Mitchell. Mitchell himself a former individual sprinter in the British squad. Porto and Villanueva using the full width of the track there, coming out of corner 2. Great Britain starting to wind it up, occupying quite a low position of the track. They're going to utilize the track for their advantage. Now close to the girth in the battle for the gold medal.
Not there yet, ze zijn er nog niet. Hij heeft to win 2 times to get that gold medal. Ze hebben 2 overwinningen nodig voor die gouden medaille. Maar hier zijn ze weer.
So that will continue into match number 2 a little bit later, with Great Britain taking that advantage of the first win into the next meeting. Applause for the winning team from Great Britain as they complete their warm-down laps. And as they do complete those warm-down laps, we're about to bring to the track first of our scratch races for this afternoon. Just seeing an action replay of the final lap, and almost the length of the finishing straight eventually was the margin separating Great Britain from Spain. In fact, just seeing a picture of the team coach there, John Norfolk, signalling to the riders, you can power it down a bit, guys. You've got the victory. Save a little bit for the next time round, because you can be certain that the Spanish combination will be desperate to force this to a decider. They're off to have a rethink, because they've seen a graphic demonstration of the pace being brought to bear by the team of Great Britain. So the first of our scratch races is in the women's category C1 to C3. In fact, there are no C1 category riders in this race, so technically it's a C2 to C3 category. These are riders with the more severe physical impairment, also including cerebral palsy competitors as well. 6 riders will line up for the start here. Representing Germany will be Yvonne Mazinki. From the Netherlands, Alda Nobris, already twice a gold medalist here this week in the time trial and the pursuit. Similar performance to the one she put in Mexico last year. Alison Jones of the United States, also in category C2. Silver medal in the time trial, bronze medal in the pursuit. Representing Germany is Denise Schindler. From the Netherlands also, we have Sigrid Grustra. And the final lineup for this scratch race, representing the United States of America, is Jamie Whitmore Cadenas. High fives for the American rider, with her assistant who brings us to the trackside. So 3 riders starting on the inside line, 3 on the outside. 2 riders from Germany, 2 riders from the Netherlands in this race, and then 2 from the United States. So evenly split amongst the 3 competing nations for this, the first scratch race of these World Championships. A particularly warm welcome for our 2 Dutch competitors, of course, from the home crowd, as our starter grooms the track, removes an errant piece of debris, and just awaiting all riders, indicating they're ready to roll. 40 laps of the track, 10 kilometres to decide the medals. It's a straight final. Sigrid Grustra, the Netherlands, was first away from the line. It's Germany who take up the lead position. So as I mentioned earlier, when I was giving you a breakdown of how the categories work, gun is fired and the race proper gets underway. in previous years that the scratch race has been contested, all of the categories have been combined, which of course favours those riders with a less severe physical impairment. Now a separate championship for the category 1 through 3. And first to make an attacking move here is Alison Jones of the United States. Two German riders occupying second and third place, limiting the advantage of the American. Looks behind her. Leading the chase is Yvonne Marzinki of Germany. Alongside her, her teammate Denise Schindler. Well, whilst the rest of the peloton continue to look at each other, Jones is capitalising on this. She has opened the gap. It's almost a quarter of a lap now at the head of the race. Just 3 laps completed so far. The 36 to go when she comes to the finish line this time. Well, a lap gain here. And there's still some way to go before she reaches that point, but it's getting ever nearer to the half-lap advantage. And just 36, 35 laps to go now. It would be a significant move in the early stages of this race. Her teammate, Jamie Whitmore-Cardenas, sitting in the main field. Move earlier, but it's time. Combination of the Netherlands noise is riders head of the medal group. Nobody, all medalists in the time trial and the individual pursuit, realise the danger that Alison Jones was presenting, has neutralised the move as Denise Schindler now of Germany starts to try and make her way across the gap. She's being tracked by Jamie Whitmore-Cardenas of the United States, leaving Marzinki and Grustra the back of the peloton. So 4 riders now together at the head of the race, and time for a new attack. And it's the old 1-2 from America, because Jamie Whitmore-Cardenas has now gone on the attack. Jamie Whitmore-Cardenas. Still the battle being fought out at the rear of the race by Grustra and the rider from Germany, Marzinki, but at the head of the race it is Whitmore-Cardenas of the United States, a rider in the C3 category, who has the advantage ahead of Schindler, Jones and Norbrus. 29 laps to go, so we're not yet at the halfway point in this 40-lap scratch race, but already it's a race very much of 2 halves. With back proceedings, the danger of losing a lap, that will happen when the main field catch them. Still Whitmore carrying that small advantage. Norbrus of the Netherlands, who was first to get across to the lead of Alison Jones earlier, now closes down on the other American, Jamie Whitmore-Cardenas. So the 4 leaders will come back together with 28 laps remaining. So combined category here of C2 and C3, but just 1 set of medals on offer. All back together at the head of the race. waiting for the next move to develop. Grustra and Mazinki continuing their own personal battle at the back of the race. Two Americans, one German, one Dutch rider in the leading group.
Representing Germany, the number 443, Denise Swinter, and
25 to go.
38, Aleida Noordhuis.
Once again, Alison Jones, who was the first to make a significant breakaway move, occupying the front of the lead group briefly. Now her teammate Whitmore Cardenas takes over once again. Numbers on the side of the United States here, with two riders in the leading group. Alison Jones in the C2 category and Jamie Whitmore Cardenas in the C3. The lagging two riders here still continuing. Just about 3/4 of a lap behind the leading group at this stage. Well, the tactics beginning to already take place here in this leading group as they move up and down the track, almost like the sprinters do. So 22 laps still to go. This could be the longest sprint we've seen for quite some time. Alison Jones, number 239 of the United States of America. 2 bronze medals at the Paracycling Worlds last year in Mexico in the kilometre and the 500 metre time trial. And taking a silver in the time trial and a bronze in the kilometre this week as well, so she'd love to add a scratch race gold to that tally. 4 riders in the lead group, 3 medals on offer, so someone will lose out. We're almost at the halfway point in the women's C1, C3 scratch race. 10 kilometres to decide the champion here. And you know, the 2 riders who were outpaced in the early stages are now starting to come back, such as the cat and mouse tactics being employed in the lead group. Sigrid Grustra and Yvonne Mazinki sense the fact that the lap loss that looked almost inevitable a little while ago could turn into a regrouping here. 4 leading riders into the finishing straight once more with 19 laps to go. So they'll be ticking those laps off each time past the lap board. As once again Germany now start to stretch out the peloton. Denise Schindler of Germany took a gold medal in the 3-kilometre individual pursuit in Mexico 12 months ago. Once again they come back together. The length of the finishing straight separates the 4 leaders from the 2 chasers. 18 laps remaining. 4.5 kilometres of this 10-kilometre race. Well, this is a real battle, and splits now in the lead group as the pressure is applied. First to lose ground is Alison Jones. She was the early leader in this race. She was involved in that first significant breakaway move, but we'll be hoping that she can reattach herself to the back of that lead group, who once again have slackened the pace. Jamie Whitmore Cardenas of the United States just ahead of Aleida Noordhuis of the Netherlands and Denise Schindler of Germany. And Jones is back in the leading group, reattaches herself to the rear of that lead group, and they're Four riders once again locked in combat here for a scratch race victory. Well, you have to think if they begin to apply the pressure once more, Grustra and Mazinki will once again see them going away. The advantage is half a lap thereabouts for the four leaders. So when you're in an early group of four and you know there are only 3 podium positions and 3 medals awaiting the end of the race, and the pressure is on, hence the tactics being employed here. No one wants to take this on, to expend maximum effort to gain a gap and then suddenly find themselves swept away in the closing run to the line. Once again, the 2 lagging riders see the enticing prospect of regaining the rear of the group ahead of them. And just as they begin to close down, once again the pace is applied at the front. It's Whitmore Cardenas again who has forced that little gap. Alison Jones lost some ground, but now she takes the lead up once more. She was in the lower position on the track, had the shortest way to go around the corner there. So Jones from Schindler, from Whitmore Cardenas, from Norbrus in that leading group of 4 with 12 laps or 3 kilometres remaining in this intriguing battle for the women's C2, C3 scratch race here at these UCI Paracycling World Championships. Once again though, 2 chasers see the prospect of rejoining that lead group, and they're almost there. Well, instead of a battle between 4 riders, it once again turns into a battle between all 6 who took the start. 3/4 distance, and they're all back together. Much to the delight here of the crowd lining the finishing straight at the Omnisport Arena. So it's Ivan Mazinki of Germany who takes up the lead, followed by Sigrid Grustra of the Netherlands. Lap board down to single figures, 9 laps to go. Crowd on the edge of the seat here. They'd love to see a home win. And of course, the United States and Germany also have 2 riders each in contention. Two-kilometre marker at the line this time, 8 laps. Still Mazinki and Grustra in the well of the track, in the lead positions, as the 4-way battle continues behind from the riders who held the lead for so much of the early part of the race. Well, if Mazinki and Grustra can open the gap they've got now, this could be a very intriguing finish. Tactics still being played out behind. Germany, in the form of Ivan Mazinki, are capitalising on it. The danger has been realised, and they're closing down once again. Grustra is first to be caught, as Jamie Whitmore Cardenas of the United States has the lead position, but neither Norbrusov of the Netherlands is poised here. Schindler of Germany in 3rd place. Well, Alison Jones has been dropped by the 3 leaders, 6 laps to go. Once again though, Jones is not out of it, as the 3 leading riders sit up once again. Alison Jones will once again get back onto the lead group. Well, what a phenomenal race this has been. The outcome of the medals still in doubt. 4 riders once again back in contention for the 3 medals. We're back to the situation we were in earlier in the race, with the Dutch rider and the German rider lagging off the back, Mazinki and Grustra. But amongst the other 4, with 5 laps to go, 4 on the line this time, Alison Jones, she was first to make the breakaway move, the early laps. She occupies the lead position. Schindler of Germany then Whitmore Cardenas of the United States, and Norbries of the Netherlands. Those are the 4 leaders. 3 laps to go.
3 ronden nog te doen, 3 laps to go. 3 ronden zo varen. En hebben ze er wat kruid in die benen.
Schindler of Germany almost got tangled up with Whitmore Cardenas of the United States there. The German is at the top of the track. Norbries of the Netherlands in 4th place with 2 to go. The home crowd would love a home victory, but Norbries has found himself boxed in here. He's got a long way to go round, as Schindler and Whitmore Cardenas occupy the lead 2 positions. It'll be the bell this time. The final lap of the women's C2-C3 scratch race begins to unwind. Norbries of the Netherlands starts to go clear around the outside. She's left Schindler and Whitmore Cardenas behind. Either Norbries or the Netherlands save its last possible opportunity. Here she comes into the finishing straight to be greeted by her home crowd, and she takes the victory ahead of Whitmore Cardenas second, and Denise Schindler of Germany in 3rd place, and Alison Jones finishing in 4th for America, followed by Grusrow of the Netherlands, and then Monty Germany, but no doubt about the winner. Eventually it was a home victory for the Netherlands, taken by Nina Norbries, adding to her gold medals in the time trial and the individual pursuit, with the win in the C2-C3 stretch race.
Maar wat een fantastische wedstrijd. Zo bekeken. Geen trap te veel. De weg andere laten doen. Zoals we zeggen, de wielrennerij. Eerst een kopje van een ander weten. En dan zelf aan de hoofd nog tijd winnen. Hij stopt er van ook mee. Gouden namen van Apeldoorn.
The victory sportingly acknowledged by her opponents and celebrated by the Dutch crowd here at the Omnisport Arena in Apeldoorn. The 6th running of these UCI Paracycling World Championships, and another gold medal for the nation of the Netherlands.
Lekker gratis drinken. Van je eigen centjes. Edwin, wat gaan we doen? Ach, dit is geweldig van de vrouwen.
Wij gaan sprinten bij de vrouwen. Aan verder met het sprinttoernooi waarbij we de eerste race op het brons al gehad hebben en ook de eerste race op het goud. We will continue with the sprint tournament for the women. Women's sprint tournament with Japan against New Zealand for the bronze medal, and for the gold, Great Britain against Australia. Dus nog eerst de mensen die van de baan komen, zoals Aleida onze
So the 3 medalists in the women's C2-C3 scratch
in wat Eagles niet meer.
are greeted by a phalanx of press photographers, none more so than the gold medalist Nina Norbries of the Netherlands. Standing ovation from the home crowd here, but credit also for a intriguing battle for Denise Schindler of Germany and Jamie Whitmore Cardenas of the United States. So as the celebrations continue into the track centre for the scratch race competitors, confirmation of the 1, 2, 3.
Third sprint.
Norbloes of the Netherlands, Whitmore Cardenas of the United States en Schindler of Germany.
Nieuw-Zeeland deze sprint. Dat betekent dat wij naar een derde beslissende sprint gaan kijken.
In the meantime, we return to the women's sprint competition. And the first match, or should I say the second match, in the final for the bronze medal, contested between Japan and New Zealand.
En het team uit Nieuw-Zeeland, het team from New Zealand, Emma Foy en Laura Fairweather. Riding for the bronze medal first, the race was won, the first sprint by Japan. De eerste sprint is gewonnen door Japan. De start. We gaan weer voor die 6 ronden, riding the 6 laps.
So they roll away for match number 2. Japan, the winner of the first encounter. So Foy and Fairweather here for New Zealand. Need to take this one.
Wij wachten dus tot het tempo daar omhoog gaat. Eerst naar de hoeken aftasten. Maar het tempo gaat er wel vrij snel omhoog. Als Japan dus wint, zijn zij zeker van het brons. If Japan wins this sprint, they are assured themselves of the bronze medal.
Netherlands tandem.
The lead now for New Zealand.
I should say the New Zealand tandem in the black colours at the front now, having taken that lead position from the Japanese in the back straight.
We'll have a head start when the sprint really starts. 300 off the count, 3 laps remaining.
Laura Fairweather, pilot of that New Zealand tandem, keeping a very careful watch on the whereabouts of the Japanese.
Still New Zealand team at the lead. En dan gaan we een ander van Nieuw-Zeeland. En daar gaat het tempo omhoog bij Japan. Japan is increasing the speed. We have 2 laps to go.
And the Japanese are first to take this one on. Down the back straight, they open the advantage.
Already won the first sprint.
One lap to go. The lead for the Japanese pairing of Kanuma and Tanaka. Now Foy and Fairweather try to come back around on the Japanese tandem. They've left it late. They've left it too late. Victory for Japan.
They win this race. Japan wins the race. And that brings them at 2 sprint victories in this race about the bronze medal. And the bronze for Japan.
So in 2 straight rides, the Japanese tandem get the better of the New Zealanders and secure themselves a bronze medal. Yuri Kanuma and Mai Tanaka, the pilot of the Japanese tandem. It was almost a carbon copy of the first heat. Japanese duo having the better closing speed, and the New Zealanders leaving themselves too much work to come around the outside, and the result, a repeat of the first heat in which Japan take the victory.
We've seen Great Britain winning. voor Australia. Ze gaan dus opnieuw de sprint, dus Groot-Brittannië en Australië. Bij de eerste sprint werd gewonnen door Groot-Brittannië.
So the gold and silver medal final is a repeat of the final from last year in Mexico between Australia and Great Britain. The winners on that occasion were Great Britain. They are the defending champions. And the winner of the first heat, well, that was reflected in that first heat because Great Britain took honours in match number 1, outpacing their Australian opponents by what was quite a considerable margin in the final lap and a half. So the pressure on Australia here. Brandy O'Connor and Brianna Hargrave.
That's the start of the race.
They lead away. Sophie Thornhill took the gold medal last year with Rachel James. Now she is with Helen Scott, her pilot this year. The name might have changed, but the results so far have been equally impressive, with a gold in the kilometre time trial already. Can they add the honours in the sprint? Not if the Australians can do anything about it. Still in the lead. Great Britain content to sit second wheel. Watch the action play out ahead of them.
Still the second position for Thornhill and Scott, winners of the first sprint.
The Australians know the British team have the greater closing sprint speed, so this is the real opportunity they have to try and force an advantage before it comes down to the final run to the line, which you would have to think would favour the British tandem on all the evidence we've seen thus far. Halfway point, 3 to go. Of course, tandem sprinting over 6 laps of the track. Takes just a bit longer to get the tandem going than it does the individual sprint bikes, hence the doubling of the distance over individual sprint competition. Australia, ever watchful, trying to take the British team a little higher up the track. Now the Australians dip back inside the sprinters' line. Thornhill has come around the outside. Helen Scott and Sophie Thornhill of Great Britain are a lap away from another gold medal. Again, they have got the gap, they maintain it. Once again, they can almost relate to the finish line. Victory for Great Britain, and a gold medal added to the tally by Helen Scott and Sophie Thornhill.
Also tells us that the silver medal is for Australia with Brandy O'Connor and Brianna Hargrave.
And another silver medal for Australia, Brandy O'Connor and Brianna Hargrave. Well, the Union flags are flying. We've got a good British contingent who've made the trip across to Holland for these paracycling championships. And they're celebrating with the Union flags and the Great Britain T-shirts as well.
Thornhill and Helen Scott. Second place Australia.
Another gold medal for the team of Great Britain.
And Brianna Hargrave. And the third place of the dead class, Team Japan with Ruby.
So the conclusion of what has been a very hotly contested women's sprint competition, the bronze medal taken by Japan, the silver for Australia, and the gold for Great Britain. So as the applause continues to ring out for both Great Britain and Australia at the conclusion of that sprint, celebrations amongst the British camp. Riders embraced by their coach, John Norfolk. Puts in a lot of work with these riders on the boards of the National Cycling Centre in Manchester, which is the home base for the British teams. And that hard work paying off once again, successfully defending their title. Sporting handshake with the opponents from Australia. Great camaraderie in paracycling amongst the athletes from all nations, reflected time and time again at the conclusion of the competition. A laugh and a smile and a congratulatory hug amongst the riders from both Great Britain and from Australia. And deserved applause too from the crowd here at the Omnisport Arena in Apeldoorn. This is the final session of what has been an incredibly competitive UCI Paracycling World Championships, the 6th running of this event since it started back in 2007 in Bordeaux, in France. And of course, all the teams with a very, very careful eye on next year when we return to the Paralympic Arena in Rio de Janeiro. So now we come back to the men's sprint competition. We've already decided the bronze medal here. A no-show by Germany at the start of the semi-final stage meant that the team of the Netherlands secured themselves the bronze medal without the further necessity of riding. That's Teun Mulder, the pilot for Tristan Bangma. So they'll be appearing on the podium a little later. But this is the battle for the gold and silver medals. And once again, it's the team of Great Britain, who are the defending champions here, taking on last year's bronze medalists, the team of Spain. Neil Facci and Peter Mitchell of Great Britain are the riders for the Great Britain team, and the team of Spain represented by Jose Porto and Jose Villanova. So a reversal of the starting positions from Heat 1. Spain on the inside, Great Britain on the outside. Facci and Mitchell are one match to the good. Spain have to win this one to force a decider. So Spain content to lead this one away from the line. Great Britain squad giving themselves a tandem length or so to keep a careful eye on what's happening ahead. Pete Mitchell, the pilot of the British tandem, and Jose Villanova, pilot of the Spanish tandem. They're charged with the responsibility of deciding what position they're going to take up on the track. Meanwhile, the powerhouse behind, in the form of the Stokers, Jose Porto of Spain, and Neil Facci, multiple medalist of Great Britain. Took gold medal in the kilometre time trial this week. Gold and silver medals collected at the London 2012 Paralympic Games as well for Neil Facci. So position swap round now, with Great Britain taking up the lead and Spain sitting a tandem length or so behind. Halfway point. Great Britain proved to have the decisive pace and the closing run to the line in the first match. So the Spaniards very conscious of that. Don't want to allow too big a gap ahead of them. Pace slowly but surely beginning to increase now. Thatcher Mitchell to come under the scoreboard at the far end of the arena, between corners 3 and 4. Spain still sitting behind the British tandem. Obviously confident in their ability to close that gap down, but they're running out of distance. With the bell this time, 250 metres separates Neil Thatcher and Peter Mitchell for another gold medal. The challenge is coming from Spain, but I fear they've left it too late. Great Britain have the lead, they have the victory, they have the gold medal. So a successful defence of the world title here from the team of Great Britain. Neil Thatcher, Peter Mitchell celebrate. So too a great silver medal performance from Spain. Jose Villanova piloting Jose Porto to that silver medal. Neil Thatcher acknowledging the great support here from the crowd, the Omnisport Arena. Standing ovation in particular from the British contingent here. It's warm congratulations all around the track for a superb demonstration of tandem sprinting from the British duo, which secures them yet another World Championship title and a gold medal. So plenty to celebrate for Great Britain. Sprint medals, gold medals in both the men's and the women's sprint, proving that that nation is still a dominant force in paracycling when it comes to the sprint discipline. Replay of the action, showing the gap that Spain allowed to open. It's one they realistically were never going to close. Outpaced by the British tandem once again. They knew it by corner 4 as Thatcher and Mitchell celebrate across the finish line. Job done. Gold medal will be around the shoulders a little bit later on this afternoon when we come to the medal ceremonies for the men's and women's sprint competitions. So with both of the sprints decided in 2 straight rides, the remainder of our menu of track cycling action from the 6th UCI Paracycling World Championships here in Apeldoorn this afternoon, being brought to you live here on the UCI YouTube channel. I do hope you're enjoying the action. And the menu will be scratch racing all the way through. First of which will be the second women's scratch race. We saw a hotly contested C2, C3 scratch a little bit earlier this afternoon. And we're going to welcome to the track now the competitors in the women's category C4 to C5. And this is a sizable field here, 23 riders on the start list for this final. Well, as you were, in fact, it's 11 riders. Thought there were rather fewer than 23 on the start line there. It's 11 riders for the women's C4, C5 scratch. And included amongst them is the defending champion, already with a sizable medal haul this week, the 11 times Paralympian medalist and recently crowned our record holder for paracycling masters and national records taken at the Lee Valley Velodrome in London just a little over a month ago. The Revolution event that took place there. Dame Sarah Story.
276.
Also in this field, we have Mariela Delgado of Argentina, Susan Powell of Australia, Alexandra Green of Australia, Marie-Claude Molnar of Canada, Catherine Horan of New Zealand, Crystal Lane, also flying the flag for Great Britain in the starting lineup, along with Kerstin Brackendorf of Germany, Anna Harkowska of Poland, Greta Niemanns of the United States, and Samantha Heinrich, also from the United States. Those are the 11 starters for the women's C4, C5 scratch race. 40 laps of the track. It's worth reinforcing once again, as I mentioned earlier, that last year at the championships, where Dame Sarah Story took her gold medal, the scratch race was a combined event for all of the C categories, C1 through C5. Dame Sarah Story lapping the field on that occasion. This year, the C1 through C3 categories had their own race as they're about to get the gun. The race is underway. It's Harkowska of Poland starting just a little bit behind the field there. Meanwhile, Crystal Lane and Dame Sarah Story of Great Britain are at the head of the race in the early stages. Well, we all know the history and the incredible performances put in by Dame Sarah Story over the years, but let's spare a mention for Crystal Lane of Great Britain as well, born in Chelmsford, and improving performances, just missing out on a medal in Aguascalientes last year. Meanwhile, Samantha Heinrich of the United States, the first rider to go on the attack here. C5 category for Samantha Heinrich. And it's worth mentioning, just to conclude my introduction to Crystal Lane, that she's riding with her hero because she was inspired to take up paracycling by the rider who is just ahead of her at the moment, none other than Dame Sarah Story.
There's the two British riders with her now.
So the two British riders bridge the gap to Heinrich of the United States. Sarah Story, Crystal Lane and Samantha Heinrich are the three leaders. Little move being made across the gap here. It looks like the Polish rider who is trying to close the gap down. It's Harkowska. Anna Harkowska of Poland, second in the individual pursuit for this paracycling category, the C5 category. Title that was won almost inevitably by Dame Sarah Story. Story and Lane are at the head of the race. Heinrich has been reabsorbed by the main field, and Harkowska still prominent, just caught between the gap between the two leading riders, Story and Lane, and the chasing peloton. Can't quite decide whether to chase. She knows the danger rider on the track is Dame Sarah Story. 11 Paralympic medals at London 2012 on road and track. A star-studded career, and she continues to rewrite the record books with that incredible hour record performance at the very same Olympic arena where she took all of those paracycling medals in the Paralympic Games. Dame Sarah Story being watched here from the spectator seats by her husband, coach Barney Story, and her young daughter. Sarah taking a year or so out of competition to start a family. Now they travel the world watching mum race. And she is still at the front of the race with Crystal Lane. Now the Australians beginning to take more interest in proceedings. Alexandra Green of Australia, rider in the C4 category. Our first rider who's been distanced, still 29 laps to go in this women's C4, C5 scratch. As the main field reel in the escapees, all back together at the head of the race, bar the one lagging rider, who is Molnar of Canada.
We see next attack again the two British riders in the front of the race. There are Story and Lily.
Well, there's a brief respite for Story and Lane. Once again, they start to open a gap. And once again, it is Makowska of Poland who drags the main field back up to the back wheel of Crystal Lane and Dame Sarah Story. 26 laps still to go. Better than half distance still remains to decide the medalists in this women's scratch race final.
She's staying in the lead. Would like an attack, but she just took the lead in the race.
Well, Harkowska, who has made several efforts to bring back the lead of Lane and Story, has now taken up the head of the race herself. 10 of the 11 starters locked together, coming into the finishing straight once more with 24 laps still to go. Dame Sarah Story wearing race number 275. Crystal Lane 274. Another rider starting to struggle a little bit, and it is the Pole, Markowska. Just let the gap open, but she's closed it down again as the pace is slackened in the leading group. Still just Molnar of Canada off the pace of the lead group. Approaching the halfway point, 750 metres. A new attack from Greta Neumanas of the United States of America. Her teammate, Samantha Heinrich, is policing the front of the peloton. So this is allowing Neumanas to make a great break here. Almost a quarter of a lap. She's about to catch the rider from Canada, Molnar. When the main field catch Molnar, she will go one lap behind. The head of the race, though, for the United States of America, Greta Neumanas, bronze medalist in the individual pursuit. Well, Heinrich for the United States isn't going to chase, and this is playing into the hands of the lead rider, Greta Neumanas. Molnar still clinging on to the lead, hoping not being lapped by the main field. So the chasing riders still content to look at each other, but they need to be watchful for Neumanas in the United States. She briefly has a glimpse of the rear of the main field as she enters the back straight. The lap gain is getting ever closer for the American rider. Dame Sarah Story looking behind. She knows the danger, but not yet prepared to try and fend off the move here from Neumanas. Well, the American is visibly tiring, but it's been a great effort on her own to try and gain the lap. Now Story and Lane have realised the danger, stretch out the main field, 16 laps to go. It's been a valiant effort here from Neumanas. She really is paying the price now as the main field begins to split under the pressure being applied by Dame Sarah Story, the defending champion. Finally, Molnar is caught by the main field. She goes one lap behind. Well, Neumanas reaching deep here to try and hang on to this lead position. She still has a sizable advantage as Dame Sarah Story glances across the track. She knows where the danger lies, and she knows the work that is still to do if they're to avoid Naimanas taking the lap. She's still tapping out a steady rhythm, and if the main field sit up again, this could well be the opportunity that Naimanas needs to gain the lap. They need to be watchful. The lapped rider being Paul Mulder of Canada. Head of the race, Naimanas of the United States with 13 to go. Well, it looked like her breakaway move was doomed, but that lack of pace in the main field for several laps there has allowed her once again to get tantalisingly close to the lap gain. So once again it's down to Dame Sarah Story and Crystal Lane to try and stretch out the main field. Molnar will retire, but Naimanas won't. She is the head of the race. She's in the same straight as the rear of the peloton. This could be a real upset to the form box here as Greta Naimanas, the bronze medalist for the individual pursuit, tried desperately to close those last few metres. When she gets to the back of the main field, she will gain a lap. She will be the leader on the track, and she will have the prospect of a gold medal almost guaranteed. Dame Sarah Story, Crystal Lane of Great Britain, followed by Powell of Australia. Try to make the gap bigger again, but look at this. The rider from the United States of America is almost on the back. Oh, it's tantalisingly close. Track centre officials will deem her to have gained the lap when she catches up with the main field, which has split into two. And the reason it's split is the pressure has been applied once again by Sarah Story and Crystal Lane of Great Britain. They are the head of the race, but Naimanas of the United States is in the main field and has gained the lap, and only 7 laps remain. Wow, well, what a ride from Greta Naimanas of the United States. It looked almost as though her opportunities for the lap gain had gone away from her 10 laps or so ago, but the main field set up, and that was the crucial mistake, because Naimanas, even though she was tiring, still had the power to gain the back of that main field. Now the attack from Poland. Harkowska off the head of the race. The silver medal, of course, is still at stake for the rider off the front. 5 laps to go. Well, the women's C4, C5 scratch race has been an absolute cracker, and it's not over yet. Greta Naimanas of the United States with that lap gain to her benefit, sitting now in the main field. It's still Harkowska of Poland, silver medalist, and the individual pursuit. Can she add another silver to her medal tally from these Paracycling World Championships? The laps continue to tick down. 1 kilometre remaining. Heinrich in the United States is joined at the front of the peloton by the race leader, Greta Naimanas. Harkowska is making good progress towards the rear of the peloton. Again, they can't afford to relax, because Harkowska, if she gained the lap as well, will be in contention for the gold medal with Naimanas. celebration here from the American contingent. It's a medal to the good for the USA. Great ride also from Anna Hardkowska of Poland, distancing herself and securing the silver. And last year's silver medalist, Mariela Delgado of Argentina, picking up a bronze medal on this occasion. So with no necessity for deciding matches in either the men's or the women's sprint competition here on the final day of the UCI Paracycling World Championships here in the Omnisport Arena in Apeldoorn will continue now with the first of two men's scratch races. This is for the category C1 through C3. 24 riders will line up for the start of this one. As we mentioned earlier with the women's scratch race, it's the first occasion on which the categories C1 through 5 have been split across two races. So the opportunity for a separate set of medals to be awarded in the C1 through to C3 category. Men's scratch races contested over 15 kilometres, that's 60 laps of the track. Lining up at the well of the track, rider from Spain, Juan Mendez, rider I remember very well from the Paralympics in London 2012. A true manifestation of the spirit of paracycling is Juan Mendez, as indeed are all of the competitors who have been in action over the 4 days of this championship. So the assistant starter just checking that all of the riders are in position. Half the field line up on the fence, half on the inside of the track.
Dames en heren, voordat we van start gaan met de C5-klasse aanzetten, de message is de volgende boodschap. De dame op de derde plaats, zojuist, Analia Delgado van Argentinië, is gedisqualificeerd. We hebben ze onderdoor passeren over de coach, daar zullen we over het blauwe vak.
So a broad cross-section of nations lining up for this scratch race. Spain, we've mentioned already, competitors from Germany, Italy, Colombia, Czech Republic, Malaysia, South Africa, Switzerland, Russia, Venezuela. There's an international lineup. Strong representation for many of the 30 nations who have been in competition over the past 4 days here in Apeldoorn.
And 60 laps to go. 15K.
So it'll be a rolling lap to get the race underway. As soon as our starter is satisfied that the field are all together, and the gun will be fired, and 15 kilometres or 60 laps of this 250 metre track will decide the outcome of the medals in the men's C1, C3 scratch race. Also the first time this category has been in contention realistically for a medal. So no form to look back on in terms of preceding year's medalists. But one or two riders here already tasted success in other disciplines over the past 4 days. Joseph Beragny of the United States, gold medalist in the kilometre for the C3 category. A man with a very impressive beard, it has to be said. Just last-minute preparations for the start to be given. We've seen two absolutely fantastic women's scratch races. I'm sure we're about to see equally exciting action with both of the men's scratch races. Final competitive action on the track will be the men's C4, C5 scratch. Will take place following this one. Then we'll have a whole host of medal ceremonies to bring these championships to a fitting finale. You will be able to relive the action via highlights package on our UCI TV channel, via YouTube, of course. If you're just tuning into YouTube, you're welcome to this, the final day's action here at the Omnisport Arena here in Apeldoorn, in the Netherlands. 6th running of the UCI Paracycling World Championships. The year before the Paralympics. The road to Rio is very much at the forefront of the mind of many, many of these athletes here this week. We'll be looking to emulate or even better positions achieved on the podium so far. So the starter's whistle is poised. We're almost ready to roll away for the rolling lap. 24 riders on the track, the biggest bunch we have seen in these championships. 3 categories together here, C1, 2 and 3. To remind you, if you're puzzled by how the categories work, I'll just reinforce what we mentioned earlier in commentary. Riders are ranked according to the severity of their impairment. From C1, the most severe, to C5 to the least, and C1 through to 3 in this sprint race, which is underway, or it will be when they get to the line this time. Juan Mendes of Spain is the rider who's gone off at the front. I did mention in the introduction that he was an inspiration to many of the athletes at the Paralympics in London 2012. And I know he's also one of the mentors of the whole Spanish paracycling squad. Witnessed him giving help and advice to the younger athletes on the team at the Paralympics. And he's here at the head of the race now, in these early stages. In the C1 category, Juan Mendes of Spain. Main field headed by the Netherlands and also by the Czech Republic. Ivo Koblasa of the Czech Republic in the C2 category, in the blue, white and red colours of the Czech team. At the top of the track, just underneath him, 2 competitors from the Netherlands, Arnoud Nijhuis, and also representing the home nation is Sven Boekhoven. Mendes, though, has certainly taken this one on from the front. 56 laps to go. Don't underestimate the level of power and balance required for Juan Mendes to maintain this lead position. Mainfield are keeping a watching brief at the moment. 6 laps completed in this 60-lap race. The advantage for Mendes is just about half a lap. And if the Mainfield don't respond to the challenge in relatively short order, they might just find Mendes getting ever closer to lap gain. No sooner said than put into action by a rider we've already seen trying to animate the action earlier in the Mainfield. It was Koblasa of the Czech Republic, bronze medalist in the kilometre for Koblasa. Lead position has been taken from him now in the chasing peloton. It's still Mendes of Spain, though, who has the head of the race. Little group of 4 riders split clear of the peloton, headed by Fabio Annibale of Italy. And the race really beginning to take shape now. And Mendes' time at the front, I suspect, will be numbered. Looking to bridge the gap, Alexei Obnidenkov of Russia takes up the lead position. 49 to go. Mendes is finally caught. Obnidenkov of Russia on the head of the race now. Mainfield splitting further into several distinct groups. 2 riders in the lead position. It's Annibale of Italy and Obnidenkov of Russia. Spain drag the Mainfield back into contention. It's Eduardo Santos of Spain. Lead group now as the race is split in half. 8 riders in that leading group, about to be joined by a 9th. Still 46 laps to go. Ever active Koblasa of the Czech Republic is just about to latch onto the lead group as well. 9 men now come into the home straight with the head of the race. 45 to go. Chasing peloton, led by Germany. 3 lagging riders bringing up the rear for Germany and the Netherlands. And also there is a Romanian competitor. New attacking move once again from the leading group. Alvaro Galvis of Colombia. Galvis has got the gap. Joseph Barani of the United States leads the chase. The hirsute figure of Berenier claws the Colombian rider back into the fold as the Mainfield come back together with 42 laps to go. Still the 3 lagging riders. Well, the Mainfield worked hard there to limit the advantage of those 9 leaders. That looked like it might have been a select group who were going to go clear. But it's all back together, bar the 3 riders off the back. Still 41 laps remaining. Azian Gumudidov of Russia, briefly at the front of the Mainfield. 20 laps completed, still 40 to go.
Nog 40 ronden of 10 kilometer. En dit is Fernandes uit Spanje, zit zich weer op de kop van de groep. En nu zien we daar ook langzaam naar voren.
So, just as the race started, Juan Mendes of Spain once again leads the main field. Sitting just on his wheel is Sven Boekhoven of the Netherlands, the home-based riders in this peloton. The other Dutch rider struggling a little at the back. It's Arnaud Nichuis. Mendes still on the head of the peloton. Attacking move now starting to unfold around the outside. The green jersey on the front of the main field from Ireland. Ewan Clifford of Ireland stretches out the main field once more. Belgium are the first to answer the attack as the three lagging riders are caught and will be withdrawn from the race. Red flagged by the Chief Commissar. So the field is reduced to 21, with those three lapped riders being withdrawn. Belgium are now the head of the race. 9 riders once again gain the advantage. Bahraini of the United States is onto the back of the lead 7. 2 more make the junction. So back to 9 leading riders with 34 laps to go. South Africa have realised the danger in the main field. And so Craig Rigard of South Africa and the 9 leaders, having gained the advantage, have sat up momentarily, allowing the gap to close once more. And Clifford of Ireland does not want that to happen. He was the instigator of this most recent breakaway move. And Ewan Clifford of Ireland has the head of the race with 32 to go. 8 kilometres remaining. Still Belgium keeping a lookout at the front of the chase group. Diederik Schellhoeft of Belgium in the light blue colours. And now he's down to 3rd. Once again, the Russians make a move as the Irishman is caught. Once again, it's Obidenov of Russia, another man who's been animating the action in this race. 9 riders in this lead group. 30 laps to go. Well, these 9 could well gain the lap here. Once again, it's down to South Africa to realise the danger and try and animate the main field into action to hold off that lap gain for as long as possible. Appearing at the front of the lead group, once again, Ivo Koblasa of the Czech Republic, bronze medalist in the kilometre. The lagging group at the finish line. What remains of the main field? 11 riders in that main field, but the lead group of 9 riders are getting ever closer to the lap gain. Mendes of Spain was the leader for the first 8 or so laps, is amongst those riders in danger of being caught by the lead group. Once again, though, the pace is slacking amongst the leaders. They're more concerned with the battle amongst themselves than the lap gain at this stage. as we saw in the women's scratch race earlier. The lead group sit up and await some action to develop. It can allow the chasers to regain the peloton, and that's exactly what the main field hope to do. Quick glance across the track by Matthias Schindler of Germany.
Representing Spain, the number 98, representing Ireland. This is Owen Clifford, number 99, Fabio Ranowir, Italy.
Well, this respite amongst the leaders has allowed the chasers to once again be in the same straight as the leading group, and the junction will be made, you know. Craig Rigard of South Africa will be first to get there. The race is all back together. Those 9 riders who looked as though they were in with the prospect of a lap gain have been re-caught by the chasing field. So we're all back together. Battle lines are redrawn with 24 laps remaining in this men's C1-C3 scratch race. A prime moment for another attacking move when 2 groups come back together, and so it's proven to be. The Netherlands and the United States of America on the charge once again. This time it's Aaron Keith of the United States and Sven Bokhoven of the Netherlands, who are the 2 leaders into the finishing straight now, and the United States in the form of Berigny are chasing them down. So once again the junction is made between the 2 leaders and the front of the chasing peloton. Well, that pressure has forced Koblasa of the Czech Republic, a rider who's been really foremost among the action in the early parts of this race. I think his race is run now. He'll be in danger of losing a lap very shortly. In fact, he may just retire before he gets to that point. It's a good race by Koblasa in the early stages, but with 21 to go, he retires. Just losing his pedal, being withdrawn, going a lap down. So an unfortunate occurrence there for the rider from the Czech Republic, Koblasa. Finding it impossible to re-secure himself to his machine, and in the process losing a lap. Meanwhile, it's all action once again at the head of the race, and yet again it is Ireland who have animated the move. A look behind, it's the second time he's done this. Ewan Clifford of Ireland once again has the advantage. 18 laps to go. Well, Koblasa is determined to continue despite being signalled by the commissaires to retire, as he is a lap behind. But look at this, Clifford of Ireland is the race leader in the back straight. The head of the race is the technical term we use in track racing. The man who is making the pace, indicated by our trackside officials. When he catches up with the largest group on the track, he'll be deemed to have gained a lap. That's a difficult decision to make. There are 2 sizable groups here. There'll be a head count going on amongst our trackside officials to determine which is the main field. Clifford has caught the first of those groups and passed them. This is a great demonstration here of riding from Clifford of Ireland. Still being called as the head of the race. So that'll make an interesting battle for the silver and bronze medals if Clifford retains this advantage here. He picked his moment. It's the second attack he's been involved in, but this time he seems to have gained a really good advantage with 13 laps to go. Can he maintain the pace necessary to hold off the rest of the race? Ireland developing real potential in the paracycling world. None more so here than Ian Clifford. Still the leader as the 2 groups behind come back together. Clifford is the race leader. Clifford of Ireland is about to sweep up the two back markers. The laps continue to tick down, just 11 to go. Well, just moving off the front, Koblasa of the Czech Republic. At one stage he was being signalled to leave the track by the commissaires, having gone a lap behind, but he was, of course, just struggling to get his pedal re-secured. So still in the race at the moment, but definitely in the race and definitely making the pace is the rider from Ireland. He's getting ever closer to gaining the lap he needs to guarantee Ireland a gold medal at these Paracycling World Championships. Ewan Clifford of Ireland is almost there with 2 kilometres to go. This will be a famous victory for Ireland if he can do it. Oh yes, he's onto the back of the main field. A lap gain for Ewan Clifford of Ireland and only 7 laps remaining. The head of the race is now the main field, led by Barani of the United States. That's where the battle for the silver and the bronze medals will be played out. Well, it was the second time that Clifford of Ireland went on the attack in the race, but the second time proved to be the one that counted. He gained the lap. He's the race leader on the track and is looking at a potential gold medal with a kilometre remaining. So Koblasa of the Czech Republic continues in the race. He leads the peloton. Still the 2 back markers. Koblasa is clear. So whether the problem he suffered will be judged to have been a recognisable difficulty, which would have entitled him time out of the race without penalty of a lap lost. That will be a decision for the race commissaires to make. Could affect the outcome of the second and third place overall, but not now, because Barani of the United States is first to catch the Polish rider. Oh, look at this. Barani of the United States is looking for a silver medal. No doubt about the gold. That will be Clifford of Ireland, but the battle for silver and bronze is being played out between the United States and Spain. Joseph Barani of the United States gets there ahead of the Spanish rider Eduardo Santos. But what a performance from all the riders, in particular Ewan Clifford of Ireland. That lap gain gives him the win and the gold medal. Well, breathtaking action there. A race characterised by attacking moves, none more so than by the Irishman who gained the lap. Deserved applause for the entire field. That was a hard-fought 60 laps of scratch race action. Acknowledged 30 separate nations have enjoyed throughout the 4 days of action here. Arena in Apeldoorn. Just the one piece of action remains. Scratch race for the C4, C5 riders, again contested over 60 laps of the track. Meanwhile, the celebrations continue for the riders in the C1, C3 category. He's absolutely shattered, but those two big attacking moves which gained him the lap have also gained him a gold medal for Ireland at these UCI Paracycling World Championships. So the field being organised now for the C4, C5 race. A specific starting order dictated by the race officials. We'll see the defending champion of 12 months ago, the Brazilian Soldito Gore, foremost among the riders lining up here. Also a silver medalist in Mexico 12 months ago, Josef Metelka of Slovakia. Alistair Donohoe of Australia, he was the bronze medalist. The rider who finished in 4th spot overall, already taken a bronze medal in the kilometre this week. Representing the Czech Republic is Jiří Buska. So there's just 4 of the riders to keep a lookout for as the action begins to unfold over the 60 laps of the track. 23 riders on the start list for this one.
Dus 60 ronden rijden, 15 kilometer. We will ride a total of 60 laps, 15 kilometers. With 1 neutral lap in loze ronde. Dat betekent dus dat na de flight er 1 ronde wordt gereden en dan wordt de startslot gegeven. It means we will ride 1 lap, a loose lap, after the whistle, and then the start of the race will be given.
So once the starting order has been correctly configured by our track centre officials, the riders will have a rolling lap before the gun will fire, and 15 kilometres of racing will unfold. Final competitive action of these championships. And what a 4 days it's been here. Once again, the Omnisport Arena here in Apeldoorn, proving a worthy venue for a World Championship, having hosted the World Championships back in 2011. And adding its name to the roster of venues that have hosted the Paracycling Worlds. They began in Bordeaux in France back in 2007. 2 years later, we moved to the National Cycling Centre in Manchester for the 2009 World Championships. Montichiari in Italy was the venue in 2011. 2012, we headed to Carson in the United States of America. The championships weren't contested in 2013, but 2014 returning via the destination of Mexico and Aguascalientes, a venue that's hosted both World Championships and World Cups also. And then this year, of course, here at the Omnisport Arena in Apeldoorn in the Netherlands. Just to remind you once again, there will be highlights of all of the action available here on the UCI YouTube channel. So if you've missed any of the edge of the seat action over the past 4 days, you can catch up with the highlights at your leisure. It'll be available here on the UCI TV channel. We hope you've enjoyed our live streaming of this final session. And I'm sure the final race is going to be a fitting climax. Of course, that'll be followed by the award ceremonies for the sprints and the scratch races.
After the whistle, then we will start the race.
So it looks like the lineup is complete. "23 riders ready to go in the men's C4, C5 scratch."
Dus de start van die laatste scratch-wedstrijd. Dat is de neutrale start, de neutral start of this race.
2 riders from Great Britain amongst the group here. Jody Cundy,
Neutral. Dus tot die neutralisatie is opgegeven.
holder of the world record, the kilometre time trial in Mexico last year. Had an illness during the winter months, which set back his preparations, but now back on the road to victory, taking the kilometre at a round of the Paracycling World Cup in Newport, South Wales, a little bit earlier this year. And of course, a multiple world medalist and a bronze medalist in the individual pursuit, Paralympics as well. So, an immediate attack at the start of the race from the gun.
He's the first leader in the race. Een lange lint aan het begin van die wedstrijd.
Animating that move, Josef Metelka, the silver medalist from 12 months ago from Slovakia. Took the silver medalist in the kilometre for his C4 category a couple of days ago. But that enterprising move swiftly brought back by the rest of the main field. Oh, and problems here already for a rider from Spain, signalling a mechanical difficulty, I think. That's Cesar Nera. Pits area located in the back straight, 1.3 kilometres to regain the race without penalty of a lap being lost if the problem can be rectified. Looks like a puncture in his front wheel. So whilst that drama unfolds in the pits, meanwhile we have an attacking move, the second attacking move of the race, and this one has gained a significant advantage in very short order. Half a lap already to the good for Edwin Matiz of Colombia, being chased down by Australia. Michael Gallagher leads the chasing peloton. Matiz, though, has the head of the race. Well, that was a good wheel change, almost of Formula 1 proportions there in the pits and the back straight to allow Cesar Nera to regain the rear of the peloton. Still in the lead lap, of course. And he regains the race when it is in full speed mode, conscious of the fact that that lone leader is trying to sneak clear and gain the advantage. The rider from Colombia, Matiz, C5 category, still being chased hard by Michael Gallagher of Australia. Demenchev of the Ukraine is up now into second spot. Demenchev, fifth in Mexico last year in the blue and yellow colours of the Ukraine. And Matiz is about to be caught by the leading 2 riders in the main field. 49 to go. Slovakian Josef Metelka, once again, foremost in regaining the leading rider. Almost immediately a new lead group of 3 riders. It's about to become 4 when the Australian bridges across. That's Alistair Donahue, the bronze medalist from Mexico, silver in the kilometre time trial as well. Those are the 4 riders who now come together at the head of the race, but it's only a small advantage they have, and the gap, I think, will be swiftly closed down by the main field. The pressure being applied by the defending champion, Solita Go of Brazil. A long line of riders compresses once again as the main field come all back together. But that's a springboard for Gore to launch his attack. Metelka is wise to that one. Again, drags 3 riders clear. Australia and Colombia also looking to stay in contention if the Brazilian continues this charge. Well, I think Gore has elected to await the arrival of this chase group. Diego Duenas of Colombia arrives there along with the Australian. Drops to the rear of that lead group of 4. And Metelka there too. So last year's gold and silver medalists are in that leading group of 4. This is the danger move here with 42 laps to go. That split the main field asunder. As first they chase and then they don't, so the 2 halves of the split peloton will come back together. British rider there, just leading the second half of that peloton, is Jaco van Gas, former member of the parachute regiment, and suffering his injury on the second tour of duty in Afghanistan back in 2009. Now a very capable member of the British Paralympic squad, and along with Jody Kunde, foremost at the head of that chasing group, but still the 4 leaders. Their advantage is a quarter of a lap. It's not really increasing at the moment, pace being matched by the chasing peloton behind. Colombia, Brazil, Slovakia, Australia is the makeup of the leading group. Now being pursued by Russia. That's Alexander Yalchik of Russia, who is halfway across the gap between the 4 leaders and the main field. Once again, that split the main field now into 3 chase groups with 37 laps to go. We're 7 away from the halfway point. These 4 have been clear for a little while now, finding it hard to increase the advantage, more than a quarter of a lap ahead of the chase groups behind. It was Gore, Brazil, the defending champion, who was first to make that move, joined swiftly by the defending silver medalist Metelka of Slovakia. The junction is about to be made to the 4 leaders by the first of the chasers in the main field.
We have 5 leaders in the race. It's becoming 6, and then we can do all.
Joined first of all by the rider in the predominantly black colours there. Number 122, that was Karel Eduard Novak of Romania. Retirement for Spain. That's Alfonso Cabello, who was the first retirement in this race of the 23 who took the start. 33 laps to go. So the field all back together, all the riders on the lead lap. No lap gains yet made, despite several powerful attacking moves. And here is another one. Once again, it's the defending champion, Gore of Brazil. Second time he's done this. He was joined by 3 chasers rather rapidly last time. Once again, 3 riders on the chase of the lone leader. Solita Gore of Brazil took that title in the combined C1 through C5 category race in Mexico last year. It's the first time he's had a chance to defend his title amongst the C4, C5 category as a separate classification, a separate set of medals. We saw that great win by Clifford of Ireland in the the C1, C3 race a little bit earlier. Can Gore defend his win from 12 months ago? He's ahead of the race, being chased by a lined-out peloton. Cundy and Gass of Great Britain find themselves trapped in the last group. Now they bridge across. So it's almost like a string of elastic, this race at the moment. The gap's open, but just before the elastic snaps, it contracts once again and they come all back together. Gore's second attacking move has been brought back once again. He has a teammate here from Brazil to assist him with the attempt to retain his title. That's Lauro Mauro. At the moment it's Slovakia and Josef Metelka, the front of the main field. South Africa just a little bit detached at the back, but the gap swiftly closed once again by Dane Wilson of South Africa. 27 to go. Once again, it's Gruppo Campato, as our friends from Italy say. Race all together, one large group. 22 riders remain in this C4, C5 scratch. The favourites have all had a little look off the front, but no significant advantage yet gained. Running out of time to do it, 26 to go. Less than half the distance remains. So it's only a matter of time before the next move begins to develop, and so it proves to be. This time, the rider trying to go clear is Judy Jezek of the Czech Republic, but he's swiftly caught back as well. Menchev of the Ukraine in the yellow and blue, putting in a little turn there to limit the advantage that was being gained. Once again, all back together with the exception of two riders who've been shaken off the back. South Africa and the United States struggling to hold on to the pace here. Well, there's been no respite in this race at all. Once again, it's the defending champion Suelito Gore of Brazil, who is part of a lead group of four, but this time two of the Australians are there as well, including Alistair Donohoe, the bronze medalist from last year in Mexico. Michael Gallagher of Australia there with Donohoe. So the numeric advantage for Australia with 20 laps to go. Karel Eduard Novak also there for Romania. Second time he's been involved in an attacking move as well. The four leaders, including the two Australians, are gaining good ground here. This could be the one that sticks and gains the lap. 19 laps remaining. The main field looking at each other, waiting for someone else to make the effort. And while they do that, the Australians in particular are beginning to capitalise here. Gallagher and Donohoe joined once again by Gore of Brazil.
Three leaders in the race, and one other rider is behind them.
Well, this is the biggest advantage we've seen for a lead group so far. They're in the same straight as the rear of the peloton. The Romanian has been dropped, but it's still Gore and Donohoe and Gallagher, the three leading riders with 4 kilometres remaining. This final competitive action on the boards of the arena here in Apeldoorn. It's been such a great championship, and this is proving to be an incredibly exciting final competitive race. Gore, Donohoe and Gallagher are within touching distance of gaining the lap. Meanwhile, we still have the Romanian, who will become the head of the race when they make the lap gain. leading riders, the head of the race, making the running at the moment, and currently in a potential 4th place finish, if it remains this way, is the rider from Romania. He just couldn't quite stay with those 3 leaders when they increased the pace once again. 13 laps to go. The Ukrainian here, Dementeyev, 4th last year, just outside the medals. Would love to pick up one this time, but he's got a tall order ahead of him with those 3 leading riders in the main field. It's looking good for the defending champion, Solito Gore, but he has a 1-2 from Australia to contend with. He's got Alistair Donohoe and Michael Gallagher also on the lead lap. 11 to go. Demenchev of the Ukraine and Novak of Romania are the 2 leading riders here, the head of the race as it's called. But remember, the 3 riders on the lead lap are amongst that main field, and they will be battling out for the gold medal when they cross the finish line in 10 laps time. Oh, and the attack comes from the defending champion, the Brazilian Gore, is not waiting any longer. He's stretched out the main field. The Australian challengers have no answer to the pace of Gore of Brazil. The Ukrainian and the Romanian will be reeled in. Solito Gore of Brazil, the winner in Aguascalientes, Mexico, has the head of the race. He's on the lead lap. His Australian challengers, Donohoe and Gallagher, are sitting together, but at the back of the field, we're getting agonisingly close to the finish line with 7 laps remaining. 3 riders took the lap, battling for the medals. The field are all together, but those 3 have the 1 lap advantage. Solito Gore in the green colours of Brazil with the yellow banding. The 2 Australians, Alistair Donohoe, the bronze medalist last year, and Michael Gallagher, who took a gold in the individual pursuit in the Paralympics in London 2012, are the 2 riders on the same lap as Gore. That is where the medals will go. 5 laps remaining, and now the attack comes from Australia. We've seen Gore have a go and try to create the gap. He didn't manage to do so. Now it's the turn of Australia, and the man who is making the running now is Michael Gallagher, the rider who is a Paralympic gold medalist, but he's not gained the advantage with a kilometre to go. Oh, this is going to come absolutely down to the wire for the medals. The prospect of a lap gain has gone, so it's down to those 3 who made the move, gained the advantage, latched onto the rear of the main field, and get credited with the lap gain to fight it out for the medals. Need to be ever watchful they don't get boxed in when we come to the final sprint. Australia with a numeric advantage, 2 riders on the lead lap, Gallagher and Donohoe, but Gore of Brazil also has a teammate amongst the field, but he of course is a lap behind the leaders. Gore on the wheel of Donohoe. He's mindful that's where the danger is going to come from. Gallagher is at the back. It's between Donohoe and Gore at the moment. We're into the bell lap. 1 lap to go. Oh, look out for the Brazilian and the Australian in this main field. Donohoe of Australia has got the gap. Gore is desperately trying to get across to him, but it's going to be Australia coming into the finishing straight. The battle for the minor places is played out, but the man on the lead lap who gets the best finishing place is number 132, Alistair Donohoe of Australia, beats the defending champion Solito Gore of Brazil into 2nd place. Victory for Australia in the men's C4, C5 scratch race. 2nd place for Brazil and Solito Gore, and 3rd place for Australia and Michael Gallagher. The Australian contingent just below me here, the commentary position, are celebrating as well they would, with 2 medalists from 3 Paracycling World Championships.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the last race, but please stay seated. Dames en heren, dat was de laatste wedstrijd, maar blijf alsjeblieft op uw plaats, want natuurlijk, we hebben de huldigingsceremonie. We will have the ceremony protocolaire with all the World Championships, so please stay seated for the ceremony of this World Championship here in Apeldoorn. Blijf dus alsjeblieft zitten voor de podiumceremonie van dit wereldkampioenschap hier in Apeldoorn.
Well, the Australians celebrating as of course they would. Donohoe and Gallagher pat on the shoulder. Gold and bronze medals to add to the medal haul of Australia. So Lito Gore spoiling the Australian party slightly by securing the silver medal, the defending champion from 12 months ago. Jodie Cundy acknowledging the crowd. And good, strong support from a sizable British contingent here. Just made the brief flight across to Apeldoorn to enjoy these championships. And the home crowd really have got behind the racing here at the Omnisport Arena in Apeldoorn as well. They've seen their share of success as well for the home nation of the Netherlands. And Great Britain, well, they took the honours in the sprint competitions. We'll be seeing those medalists come onto the podium very shortly. We have all of our presentation ceremonies yet to be completed for the sprint and for the scratch race. So as the backdrop descends from the heights here in the roof of the Omnisport Arena in preparation for our protocol ceremonies, the awarding of the medals. A fitting climax, I think, to 4 days of absolutely top-class action at the 6th running of the Paracycling World Championships. Do stay with us for coverage of the award ceremonies. And don't forget, if you want to relive any of the action we've enjoyed over the past 4 days, then you can do so right here on the UCI TV channel, brought to you on YouTube. We hope you've enjoyed our live stream of the final day here. And it certainly has had a high degree of excitement for you to enliven your Sunday afternoon.
Greta, congratulations. That was an amazing race. Tell us a bit about it.
You know, we started racing. We had 10K to race today, and my teammate Sam and I were just trying to test the waters a little bit. She had a really good initial attack, and I just had everybody kind of flared up a little bit, and it just seemed like a good time to put in a little test. And then all of a sudden there was half a lap. It's like, All right, well, let's keep this rolling. And I have to say that was the longest, I think, 10 or 11 laps of my entire life. But Sam, my teammate, was phenomenal, sitting in the field, making sure nothing got away, nobody got away to chase, and I definitely could not have done this on my own.
At which point of the race did you understand that you would go for the title, or at least for the podium?
As soon as I was within probably 10 meters of taking the lap, it's like, all right, this is really real. But then the field stretched, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm like, just come on. And then as soon as I was in the field, got the bell for one lap to go, and then we went through the sprint, and I actually thought that somebody else had won. They made an announcement that somebody else had won, and I almost had a heart attack, because it's like, what happened? No, I thought that I did everything right, and then it turned out they just made announced the wrong name. So I was like, so the high, and then the low, and then back to the high, but I'm feeling very good right now. You feel very, very happy, although it's your third rainbow jersey, so you should be experienced. This is, this is really cool. It's actually my first official title on the track. In 2012, when the World Championships were in LA, the scratch race was a demonstration. So we had the race, but it wasn't an official event. So there was a medal, but no jersey. And so this is the first time to win again, and it be an official title is really, really special. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Well, interview there with the winner in that hard-fought women's scratch race, Greta Nominas of the United States of America. Not too far away then from the first of our presentations for the awards for the scratch and for the sprint disciplines.
Ladies and gentlemen, may your attention for the award ceremony for the International Cycling Union's Paracycling Track World Championships. Dames en heren, we graag uw aandacht voor de huldiging van de internationale wielrenunie, de wereldkampioenschappen aangepast aan wielrennen.
So the first of our protocol ceremonies is for the women's C1 to C3 scratch race.
The award ceremony of the UCI Paracycling Track World Championships. The winners scratch C1, C2, C3. De huldigingsceremonie van de internationale wielrenunie wereldkampioenschappen baanwielrennen. De vrouwen scratch de klasses C1, C2 en C3. The medals and the jersey will be presented by the medailles, and the trui wordt aangeboden door de heer Mohamed Belmahi, the president of the UCI Paracycling Commission, the president from the
So the jersey and medals were presented by Mohamed Belmahi, the UCI Management Committee.
The bronze medal, it's Denise Schindler representing Germany.
Taking the bronze medal for Germany, Denise Schindler.
In second place, and winner of the silver medal, it's Jamie Whitmore, Cardenas,
Silver medalist for the United States of America, Jamie Whitmore Cardenas. And the gold medalist, another home win for the Netherlands,
the winner,
Alida Nobis.
De eerste plaats, de wereldkampioen en winnares van de gouden medaille, Aleida Noordhuis, Nederland.
So, the world champions bands on the jersey presented to Ida Norris of the Netherlands, the winner of the C1, C3 scratch race. And the all-important gold medal placed around her neck by Mohamed Belmahi. Congratulatory handshake. Riders will take to the podium for the flower presentation, followed of course by the national anthem of the Netherlands. So the medalists have the flowers.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And now we'll stand for the national anthem of the Netherlands.
Dames en heren, mag voor u alle aandacht voor het volkslied van Nederland.
Full version, deservedly so, of the home nation's national anthem to celebrate the gold medal of Ida Norris of Denmark, silver for Jamie Whitmore-Cardenas of the United States, and the bronze for Denise Schindler of Germany in the women's C1, C2, C3 scratch race. Leader acknowledging the applause of a home crowd here in Apeldoorn. Preparing our next presentation ceremony. Acknowledging all the medalists here at these championships.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention for the award ceremony of the International Cycling Union's Paracycling Track World Championships. Dames en heren, graag uw aandacht voor de huldigingsceremonie van de internationale wielrenner die de wereldkampioenschappen aangepast paardenwielrennen.
So this is the award ceremony for the women's C4-C5 scratch race.
Awards in the UCI Paracycling Track World Championships. De openingsceremonie van de wereldkampioenschappen aan de pasbaan in de women's scratch race klasse C4-C5, de vrouwen scratch klasse C4-C5. The medals and the jersey will be presented by the medailles and the truien zullen uitgereikt worden door de president of the UCI Paracycling Commission, de president van de UCI Paracycling Commissie, de heer Mohamed Belmahi. And in the third place, and winner of the bronze medal, it's Crystal Lane representing Great Britain.
Well, bronze for Great Britain and Crystal Lane. Slight revision to the result as originally given, but no doubt about the gold medalist. That's certainly unchanged for
In second place, and winner of the
Nyman's of the United States. Another medal to get there for Great Britain. And second place goes to Anna Harkowska of Poland. Fought hard to close down gaps during the race,
First place,
but couldn't defend that lap gain by this rider.
de gold medal, de eerste plaats, de wereldkampioen en winnaar van de gouden medaille, Greta Numanis, United States of America.
And she's pretty pleased with that one. Greta Numanis of the United States will receive the World Champions jersey and the gold medal as a winner of the women's C4-C5 scratch race. As you may have heard from our interview a little earlier with my colleague in the track centre, this event started as a demonstration, not actually part of the World Championships, but now it is, and it really has provided some excellent racing here on this final afternoon. And a worthy winner in the C4-C5 category for the United States, and Greta Numanis. Crystal Lane taking the bronze for Great Britain. And of course, the rider from Poland, Anna Harkowska, with the silver medal. So with the flower presentation completed, the national anthem of the United States of America.
The United States of America.
So the bronze and silver medalists join Greta Numanis on the top step of the podium to celebrate all of their achievements. Crystal Lane and Anna Harkowska, along with Greta Numanis. That's the podium presentation for the women's C4-C5 scratch race.
Fantastic performance against the Australian girls.
Yeah, we've had a brilliant day and a brilliant week. We're just great to top it off with another rainbow jersey. Helen Scott, my pilot, put out some great sprint tactics today, and thankfully that was enough to come over the Aussies.
You retain your title, your rainbow jersey from last year in Aguascalientes, Mexico. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. To defend my title is brilliant. You know, coming here this week and defending 2 titles is unbelievable. I've had a brilliant week, and to do it with such a good friend and in the style that we did it, you know, just thanks to the coaches, thanks to everybody that's looked after us this week.
You're just 90-year-old and you have already 2 rainbow jerseys. That's a huge experience at your age.
Yeah, it's amazing to have 2 is brilliant. I'm really happy. But you know, hopefully come back next year and get some more.
Of course, thank you very much and best wishes. Thank you.
So just taking an interview there with Sophie Thornhill, a delighted Sophie Thornhill, the 19-year-old. Has already got 2 World Champions jerseys now to her credit. And doubtless we'll be looking to add to that next year when we go to the Paralympics in Rio de Janeiro.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have your attention for your
so this will be our next medal presentation for the women's sprint.
The award ceremony, TV.UCI.CH World Championships, de women die sprint. De huldigingceremonie van de internationale wielrenning, de wereldkampioenschap gepast baanwielrennen, de vrouwen tandem bij sprint. The medals and jersey will be presented by the
So once again, Mohamed Belmahi of the UCI Management Committee is the medal and jersey presenter. The first riders to receive the accolades will be the bronze medalists from Japan, Yuri Kanuma and Mai Tanaka.
In the second place,
Silver medal taken by Australia. Randy O'Connor, piloted by Brianna Hargrave.
Representing Australia. And in first place, the world champions and the winners of the gold medal.
And so to the gold medalists representing Great Britain, successfully defending the championship from 12 months ago, Sophie Thornhill, piloted by Helen Scott. So it's certainly been a great week for Great Britain, and another gold medal taken by Sophie Thornhill and Helen Scott. So the final presentation of the bouquets to the winners, which will be followed by the national anthem of Great Britain.
Ladies and gentlemen, bring your attention now for the next moment. Dames en heren, graag uw aandacht voor het volkslied Great Britain.
So the podium for the women's sprint, bronze medal for Japan, silver medal for Australia, and the gold medal for Great Britain.
Neil, congratulations. After the girls, the British men also won the competition.
Yeah, it's been a great event for us as a team, and for myself and my pilot Pete. You know, it's been a great event in Holland, and you know, I think the team as a whole have done really well. So we're all really happy and looking forward to just relaxing now and enjoying ourselves.
And you're a happy defending champion as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's always tough to defend your title, and you know, it's obviously it means a lot to win a world championship anytime. But as we're getting closer to Rio Paralympic Games next year, then it means that much more that we can show we're still up there contending for medals, and hopefully next year winning as well.
Thank you very much.
Neil Fauci, the gold medal winning team of Great Britain in the men's sprint, reflecting on the importance of these championships in the build-up to the Paralympics in Rio de Janeiro next summer. And that will be the next award ceremony we'll bring to you here on our podium in the centre of the Omnisport Arena here in Apeldoorn, the presentation of the medals for the men's sprint.
Oh, and congratulations. You must be a very, very happy champion.
Yeah, I'm delighted. It's my first scratch race, so to take a win at the World Championships is a dream come true. Can't believe it. Absolutely delighted.
Your story is incredible. You're quite known as an accomplished road racer, but for track it's your first year, correct?
Yeah, my first time on the track was in the end of January of this year. And I did my first competition in Newport about 6 weeks ago, so this is maybe my third or fourth time on the track. But I think, especially for the scratch race, having years of road experience gives you a lot of advantages on the scratch race in particular. So
we guess there will be something definitely to celebrate tonight.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I can't wait till tonight, pack away the bikes, and hopefully we can go out and celebrate.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Well, another incredible Paralympic story there from young Clifford of Ireland. Didn't take up track racing as such until the beginning of this year. He's had an accomplished career on the road, and now he's a world champion.
The International Cycling Union Zware Cycling Track World Championships. Dames en heren, graag uw aandacht voor de hoofdceremonie van de internationale wielrennen-unie van de wereldkampioenschappen aangepast baanwielrennen.
So this is the award ceremony for the men's sprint.
see Mr. Mohamed Del Mahi and the third place and the winners of the bronze medal op een derde plaats en winnaars van de bronzen medaille Tristan Bangma, Teun Mulder, Nederland.
So taking the bronze medal, Tristan Bangma, piloted by Teun Mulder.
In second place and winners of the silver medal.
Silver medalist representing Spain, Jose Porto and Jose Villanueva.
Antonio Villanueva, Trinidad, España. And in first place, the world champions and the winners.
And so to the champions and the recipients of the gold medal representing Great Britain, the defending champions Neil Facci and Peter Mitchell.
Great Britain. De vlag zit bij Bloemen wordt uitgekomen. Is Johan Kruijff, de ondernemer van City of Apeldoorn, de wethouder van de gemeente Apeldoorn. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention now for the national anthem. Dames en heren, graag uw aandacht voor het voorzien van
Flowers presented now for the national anthem of Great Britain. Sprint, bronze for the Netherlands, silver for Spain and gold for Great Britain.
Alistair, congratulations. Finally you got this gold medal you were chasing for.
Yeah, it's a good feeling to finally get it. You know, I've had 2 silvers this championships, and to step on to get onto the top step is a good feeling.
How difficult was this race?
Yeah, it was a very fast race, and I was in a few moves trying to take a lap. I knew that there was some really quick sprinters in the field, and I didn't want to come to the finish just with them. So it ranks up there as one of the hardest ones I've done, but you forget how hard it is afterwards when you've won.
And Australia placed 2 riders on the podium.
Yeah, my teammate who won the gold medal in the pursuit yesterday, he was there in the breakaway to take a lap with me today, and it was handy to have such a strong rider with me.
Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So taking an interview there with the winner of the men's C4-C5 scratch race, Alistair Donahue. Of 2 Australians who will be on the podium for this presentation, of course, with Michael Gallagher, his countryman, taking the bronze medal, separated only by Salita Goa of Brazil, who took the silver. But the first presentation will be for the men's C1-C3 scratch race.
Dames en heren, graag aandacht voor de hulpdienstceremonie van de internationale wielrennen wereldkampioenschappen aangepast baanwielrennen.
So the first to receive his medal will be the winner of the bronze, representing Spain, Eduardo Santos.
The medals and the jersey will be presented by the president of the UCI Paracycling Commission. De medailles en de trui wordt uitgereikt door de president van de UCI Paracycling Commission, Mr. Omen El Mahi. And in the third place, and winner of the bronze medal, op een derde plaats en de winnaar van de bronzen medaille, Eduardo Santos Asensio, España.
So Mohamed Belmahi, the president of the UCI Paracycling Commission, steps forward to present the bronze medal.
In second place, and winner of the silver medal, in tweede plaats, en winnaar van de zilveren medaille, Joseph Ferengi, United States of
Silver for Joseph Berenyi of the United States.
And in first place, the world champion of the year, that winner of the gold medal.
And the winner of the gold medal, only been riding the track for a handful of weeks. But now he's a world champion from Ireland, Ewan Clifford.
The flowers will be presented by Apeldoorn, Mr. Johan Cruijff, Alderman, City of Apeldoorn, de heer Johan Cruijff, wethouder van de gemeente Apeldoorn.
So the flowers are presented, and the national anthem of Ireland will be enjoyed by Ewan Clifford. So as the three medalists take to the top step of the podium, the Irish team assistants celebrating in fine Irish style there for a superb win by their man Ewan Clifford. So one more presentation remains to bring these championships to a fitting close, and that will be for the men's C4, C5 scratch race. You may have caught our interview with the winner, Alistair Donoghue of Australia, a few moments ago. A couple of silver medals, but this one is the icing on the cake, a gold medal to take home to Australia as the winner of the C4, C5 scratch race.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have your attention for the award ceremony of the International Cycling Union's the Paralympic World Championships. Dames en heren, wij doen de allerlaatste huldigingen van deze internationale wielrennen wereldkampioenschap aangepast baanwielrennen.
The medalists take to the podium. And first to receive the honours will be the winner of the bronze medal, representing Australia, Michael Gallagher.
Award ceremony of UCI Paracycling Track World Championships, de men's stretch race, klasse C4, C5. De huldigingsceremonie van de internationale wielrennenunie, de wereldkampioenschappen aangepast baanwielrennen, de men's stretch, klasse C4 en C5. The medals and the jersey will be presented by the President of the UCI Paracycling Commission. De medailles in de trui worden aangeboden door de voorzitter van de UCI Paracycling Commission, Mr. Mohamed Belmahi. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, de derde plaats en winnaar van de bronzen medaille, Michael Gallagher, representing Australia.
Taking the silver, last year's winner, Solito Gore of Brazil.
Solito Gore, Brazil. And in first place, the world champion.
And so the world champion received the jersey and the gold medal from Australia, Alistair Donoghue.
Alistair Donoghue, Australia. The flowers will be presented. Bloemen zullen worden uitgevoerd. De heer Johan Kruithof, Mr. Johan Kruithof, Alderman of the City of Apeldoorn, de wethouder van de gemeente Apeldoorn.
So the bouquets safely in the hands of the recipients, and we now stand for the national anthem of Australia.
From Australia.
Australian contingent here in the track centre as Alistair Donohoe of Australia celebrates that gold medal, as indeed does Michael Gallagher of Australia for the bronze, and of course Salito Gore of Brazil with the silver.
See you next time. Don't forget, tonight, the after party in the center of Apeldoorn, Café Confetti. The after party, all information and the Dutch delegation. Dames en heren, we zijn toegekomen aan het einde van 4 fantastische dagen van wereldkampioenschappen aangekocht baanwielrennen. Dank ga ik zeggen tegen alle deelnemers, tegen alle vrijwilligers en de commissarissen van de UCI en de KNWU. Het was een genot om 4 dagen hier te mogen zijn. We zeggen wel thuis en tot een volgende keer. Bye bye. Ciao.
So the celebrations will doubtless continue long into the night for all of the athletes. These 6th running of the UCI Paracycling World Championships. Great view of the arena here. That's enjoyed 4 days of top quality action. Well supported by the Dutch crowds and the visitors from overseas as well.